We've got several committees going on at the exact same time in both houses, so you can appreciate.
I'm delighted to be here and to have the attention of the members of the committee who are here. What I'd like to do is give a brief opening statement. This is a bill that is the product of a tremendous amount of work over 2 years, multiple negotiations, and I'm sure if there are questions, we'll all be happy to answer them. Last year, as the committee knows, the governor called for a 20% reduction in per capita urban water use by 2020. And we all know the reasons for that. We have a dwindling water supply, a growing population, tremendous commercial needs for water, and a real crisis up and down the state when it comes to availability of water. This bill, AB 49, provides a framework to achieve gains in efficiency for urban communities, and at the same time promotes greater efficiency in agricultural water use. No matter what other elements there are in the broad water package of legislation that's being discussed in this legislature now, we know that we have to be as efficient as possible with the water that we have. And that's what makes this bill so important. AB 49 would set a statewide target of reducing per capita water use by 20% by 2020 and an interim target of 10% by 2015. It would require that urban water users meet targets by 2020 with compliance serving as a precondition to being eligible for state financial assistance. This bill maximizes local flexibility. Throughout the course of grappling with this issue last year, we heard time and again the importance of allowing local jurisdictions to decide for themselves how best to achieve these goals. This bill does that. It allows compliance by an individual water supplier or on a regional basis. It gives credit for recycled water use. It allows for a 10-year baseline ending in 2004 to take into account meaningful investments that many jurisdictions, including that which the chair represents, have made in trying to make water use as efficient as possible. It requires agricultural water suppliers to establish water management plans and to implement some basic best management practices. But different from last year's version of this bill, this legislation does not require a diminution in agricultural water use. We all know what's happening to ag around the state right now. We know that in the fall, when growers were trying to get loans to put seeds in the ground, they couldn't get them because they didn't have a reliable source of water and banks wouldn't provide the funding. We know the unemployment rates that have skyrocketed in the Central Valley and elsewhere because of that problem. So what this bill tries to do is establish some baseline things for agriculture, much different than we do for the urban suppliers, but just plan and implement best management practices with no required diminution in water use. As mentioned earlier, this bill promotes the use of recycled water. Under this bill, non-potable recycled water is completely excluded from the calculation of an urban agency's water use. So it really encourages one to take advantage of the opportunities in recycled water. Without going into any further detail at this point, because the bill has many details in it, I want to conclude with this. As I mentioned at the outset, we, our sponsors, multiple stakeholders in this building have been working over 2 years to reach a stage where we can have a meaningful piece of legislation that actually will result in a much more efficient use of the state's scarce water supply. This bill takes great strides toward doing that. I urge your support. We have witnesses here among many supporters. Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblymember Feuer. Let's hear from the witnesses. 3 minutes each, please.
Thank you, Chairwoman Pavley, members of the committee. Kathy Cole, Legislative Representative for the Metropolitan Water District of Southern California. Metropolitan is a co-sponsor of AB 49 because it's vital that California embrace advances in water use efficiency as an important element of a comprehensive and successful water policy throughout the state. Metropolitan views a plan for statewide water use efficiency as one part of a comprehensive package for California, with a fix to the Delta ecosystem and the water delivery system as a centerpiece of that plan. As for water use efficiency, Metropolitan supports reasonable performance measures for water districts to live up to in the coming years. For Met, it is particularly important that any workable plan recognize previous gains in conservation and efficiencies when Also, it's essential to provide urban water suppliers with a flexible framework within which to select an approach that is feasible and cost-effective for their respective service areas. We recognize that each urban water retailer is unique, being located in specific climatic regions and having varying degrees of investments in conservation over time. AB 49 acknowledges this, provides agencies with 3 pathways for calculating an individual urban retail water agency's gallons per capita target. The pathways are specifically designed to allow the ease of implementation, ease of target calculation, and appropriate recognition of past water efficiency investments. It also acknowledges that all sectors of water should contribute to achieving the water use efficiency goals of the state. The 3 compliance paths provide ultimate flexibility to water agencies to figure out how best to incorporate their commercial, industrial, and institutional sectors into their own plans for water use efficiency improvements. It requires a task force also recommend updates to the CII sector methods and standards in the dean's program. The vigorous discussions over AB 49 and similar legislation last year, as mentioned by the author, reflects the challenge of making a reality the governor's call for a 20% reduction per capita water use by 2020. The bill reflects an exhaustive effort by the authors, legislative staff, and stakeholders to certify and craft a workable solution. We look forward to more discussions and remain open to new ideas to improve water use efficiency in all regions and all sectors of the economy in real, verifiable, and reasonable ways. We ask your aye vote.
Good morning, or actually good afternoon. I'm Ronnie Cohen with NRDC, and we are also proud to be sponsoring this bill. California is a leader nationwide on energy efficiency, and AB 49 can help the state take that same role on water efficiency. We've worked really hard on this bill, as everyone has mentioned, to strike a balance. We have a bill with a state target, but that gives local flexibility with multiple approaches to how to set and meet that target. We give credit, AB 49 gives credit for past efforts while still setting meaningful future goals, and also includes all sectors as part of the solution. The bill would save water, it would save energy, it would improve water quality, and help the state meet its AB 32 goals to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. California has tremendous potential to improve its water use efficiency, and we believe AB 49 will help the state reach that potential. We look forward to continuing to work with all stakeholders and hope we can have your support on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. We just have 2 witnesses as your primary speakers. The rest of the people, if you would just state your name, your affiliation, and whether you support the bill, and that mic over there would work very well. Is it pressed, Randy? Is it on?
Hello, there we go. Now for my next number.
Yeah.
Randy Canals, East Bay Municipal Utility District. We support this measure. We're working with the author. As your committee consultant notes, it's a work in progress.
Thank you.
Thank you. Tina Andley with the Planning and Conservation League in support.
Jennifer West on behalf of Sonoma County Water Agency and Inland Empire Utilities Agency in support. Thank you.
Debbie Davis, Environmental Justice Coalition for Water in support.
John O'Malley with Lang, Hanson, O'Malley, and Miller representing West Basin Municipal and Central Basin Municipal in strong support.
Zeke Grader, Pacific Coast Federation of Fishermen's Associations in support.
Michael Green, California State Grange, we ask your support.
Claire Wilkins, Environmental Justice Coalition for Water in support.
Michael Endicott, Sierra Club, California, we're in support.
Any other people in support of this measure? Before we take questions, are there people here present in opposition? And you get 2 people up here, 2 minutes each, so someone's going to have to leave here. And then you're welcome to come back by the time we ask questions. We're in the small size room, so thank you for your flexibility. The junior room.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members. Glenn Farrell with the Friant Water Authority.
Friant, did you say?
Friant Water Authority. We're very pleased to be part of the water use efficiency discussion in the legislature this year. We've been an advocate, a long time been an advocate for a comprehensive water package that includes water supply development, new surface storage, conveyance, desal, water recycling, We're an advocate of improving the Delta ecosystem. And we're also on board with water use efficiency. We believe it's an integral part of a comprehensive water package. And so that's why we've been engaged in this debate. Regrettably, we're here in opposition to Mr. Feuer's AB 49. Over the past 20 years or so, California agriculture has substantially increased its investment in high-efficiency irrigation technology, such as drip and microsprinkler systems. During the period from 2003 through 2008, more than $1.5 billion has been invested in new high-efficiency irrigation systems in the San Joaquin Valley alone. And between 1990 and 2000, that 10-year period, the acreage irrigated with high-efficiency drip irrigation systems in California has more than doubled. We also believe that the water use efficiency in the agricultural sector is analogous to that that's been achieved in the urban sector. If you look at the 30-year period between 1967 and 2000, although the applied water in agriculture increased about 10%, the production volume in the agricultural sector increased about 90%. And that's analogous to, if you look at the Department of Water and Power in Los Angeles, their demand over the period of 1970 to 2005 increased 8%, while the population they served increased 29%. The agricultural sector has achieved a lot of these successes in water use efficiency on a voluntary, market-driven basis.
And if you could sum up in a sentence.
Absolutely. It's just the economics of the situation in the agricultural sector. Every drop of water means dollars and cents to a farmer. We've achieved a lot in a market-driven system in terms of agricultural water use efficiency, and we believe that there should be an effort to build upon those voluntary approaches in a planning approach. We're concerned that AB 49 is more of a prescriptive, regulatory-driven approach that would...
And maybe some members will have questions for you on just that, so thank you very much for your testimony. I do get your point.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes. Danny Merkley with the California Farm Bureau. We are also in opposition. We've met with the author and the sponsors several times over the last several months, and I will say that we've seen movement to try to address some of our concerns, but we still believe this is the wrong regulatory framework, particularly given the water use efficiencies, the dollars that have been spent that you heard earlier, just in the last 5 and 6 years without any regulatory hammer. And local cost effectiveness is a very important part of this to the agricultural economy.
So you're concerned about the management plans and going forward?
We have given language to the author suggesting how the management plans would come into play.
All right.
So we're not opposed to them, just the framework in which they'd be called.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Everyone else, name and affiliation, and if you're opposed to this measure.
Okay. Whitney Henderson with the Association of California Water Agencies. We're actually opposed unless amended. And if I could just say that we've been working with the author and the sponsors and want to continue to do that. We believe that the bill has come a long way, and we're looking
and
to
there
having
will be that opportunity, I'm
combined
sure.
of the two bills.
The year is still young.
Okay, thank you.
Over here.
Thank you. Gail Delahunt with Western Growers. We're in opposition to the bill.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members. Jack Walco with the Gualco Group on behalf of the Agricultural Council of California, the California Association of Wine Grape Growers, Imperial Irrigation District, Kern County Water Agency, Solano County Water Agency, and others in opposition. We do have a specific concern about how this bill might relate to the quantification settlement agreement, which we provided to the staff and to the author.
We're going to ask that the author continue to work with staff and interested parties.
Thank you very much.
Valerie Nera for the California Chamber of Commerce. We are opposed.
Yep.
Madam Chair and members, Tony Francois for the Western States Petroleum Association. We're opposed. We're concerned that basically the bill determines how efficient the water coolers in that corner are based on how many people are in the room rather than how efficient they actually are. Thank you.
Kathy Mannion, Regional Council of Rural Counties, also here in opposition. Thank you.
Bill Grigg, representing the California League of Food Processors. We're opposed.
Justin Oldfield with the California Cattlemen's Association, also in opposition.
Crystal Jack on behalf of the California Association of Nursery and Garden Centers, California Citrus Mutual, California Cotton Ginners and Growers Associations, California Rice Commission, and Nisei Farmers League in opposition.
Dennis Albiani on behalf of the California Nevada Soft Drink Association. One issue that wasn't brought up is the fact that we use water in our products as basic for a soda. And so as we grow, this may restrain growth. We need to address that. Also, on behalf of California Grain and Feed, Pacific Egg and Poultry Association, and a host of ag interests, we also oppose.
All right. Thanks, Dennis.
Madam Chair, there were a number of us who weren't allowed into the hearing room in time to log on and support, so I want to do that now. Marino Heron with the Irvine Ranch Water District in strong support.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Justin Malone on behalf of the California League of Conservation Voters and also the U.S. Green Building Council, who thought this was a sinister plot to keep us out from supporting when we had the opportunity. We're glad it isn't. Thank you.
No sinister plot. All right. Questions of members. Senator Benoit or Senator Wiggins? Otherwise, I have several questions.
If I could ask her.
And for Senator Keogh, welcome. Thank you.
Senator Assemblyman Fuhr, thank you for your efforts in a very important area. I've got a couple of concerns, and I think that the concerns of a number of people should be represented here. And one of the concerns has been brought to my attention is the pathways for compliance. There appears to be 3 rather narrowly drafted pathways to compliance, yet there are probably hundreds of locales, agencies, groups that are going to be impacted, not all of which will fit one of those compliance methodologies. And some could argue that it's a setup for water rights restrictions. What would you say in response to those concerns?
First, I'd say it's a very thoughtful question, and the answer is this, and my witnesses may want to elaborate on this. We could have had just one prescription for how to comply with the governor's goal. But we purposely have been working very diligently with water suppliers and others around the state and every stakeholder conceivable from industry to agriculture to identify multiple practical, implementable ways to achieve this goal. And they are different from each other. Some agencies have more resources than others, for example, and they might choose to go down one of the more potentially complicated paths. Others may want to just do a clean 20% and call it a day. There is no requirement on any of the urban suppliers that they do it in a particular way. For example, an urban supplier could say, I have to diminish by X amount, and I'm going to choose to have that come from landscaping. Others might say, I want to choose a mix of landscaping, residential, and commercial. Those options are all available under this measure. We give multiple pathways for a reason. There is absolutely no hidden agenda in this bill. In fact, this bill is about one of the most publicly discussed issues in the history of the state, and that is a very simple question: how do we deal with a dwindling water supply, ever-expanding demands on the commercial side and on the ag side, as well as a growing population? Multiple ways to go. We thought this was actually incredibly flexible because of the multiple pathways included here. It's not about water rights. It's about making efficient use of every drop that we have.
Given the opposition, which is very large, and
as is the support,
and no argument, it's one of those fun bills. The agricultural interest being hugely represented in the opposition. Do you see any room for further work that might mitigate to some significant degree their pretty unified opposition to this method of trying to meet that goal?
Always. We've had multiple conversations, and here are a couple thoughts about this. First of all, one of the, maybe the unstated crocodile in the bathtub in the back here is not the detail of this bill.
Crocodile in the bathtub?
Yeah, elephant in the room, crocodile bathtub.
Thank you.
You know, we can
very little water in the bathtub, though, right?
Yeah, that's just enough. No, what I was going to say though is the notion, and we heard it on the assembly floor when this bill was brought up. We heard almost no real opposition on the details of the bill. The opposition was, until there is a comprehensive approach that includes surface storage and all other manner of fix to our water problem, we shouldn't take this notion of efficiency out of turn. And that's really what's at the core of much of the opposition from the agricultural interests here, that they want to see a comprehensive solution, surface storage, and so on. As you know, I've been serving on the Water Working Group, dealing with Delta issues, nowhere near my district, because I want to demonstrate that all of us have skin in the game, no matter where the geography of our district might be located, and that I, too, am very focused on that comprehensive solution. But not addressing agriculture to the nominal extent we do in this bill can't be the right answer. We have to move forward on all these levels. Every stakeholder has to have something in the game here. Now, as to the details, there's one particular detail that is omitted from the bill, and that is the size of the agency, the supplier, that has to prepare the water management plan. There's been a lot of discussion about that. We originally had 2,000 acres there. The reason for that was this models what the Fed requires in California. However, the Fed also helps the agencies that are the smaller ones to prepare those plans. And it isn't, the question was, is that the same model the state should adopt? Well, we took that out. We've been consulting with DWR and all the stakeholders on what an alternative minimum threshold might be. So that's a conversation that's very much in play, and that would have a big effect, I think, on the result of on where the agricultural interests ultimately land on this. So always want to negotiate further, always want to have good conversations, but I want to underscore this as I conclude my answer. The bill only requires two things of ag interest now: plan and implement existing best management practices. That's all. You don't have to diminish your water use by one drop. That's in stark contrast to what we require of urban users. That's in recognition of the straits in which agriculture finds itself and its efforts to invest in more efficient use.
Well, I appreciate the answer, and I would encourage you to continue to work with those interests, because at this point, with such unified opposition on that, I think there's got to be an answer that's still missing in that component. And I can't support the bill on that basis, but I appreciate your continuing to work on it with them. And maybe when it gets to the floor, if we can address those issues, there might be a different response.
Thank you, Senator, very much.
Senator Kehoe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think I have to follow up on Senator Benoit's comments to Mr. Fuhrer, but I'm going to come out with another conclusion because I do like the bill and I want to support it. But clearly, there is some work before you to reconcile with the Duchenne-Dutton bill. And it seems as though there are kind of communities of support behind each bill. There's sort of one seems to be the ag bill and one seems to be the urban bill. I live in the city, but I eat a lot of food. So we want to make it work. And I think that, you know, besides we both know, all of us know, good public policy has got to have some cohesion, some consistency, and a basis of support to really work. You know, we pass bills all the time that really don't do that much because they're not, they don't have widespread fundamental support from the citizens, and that's what we need. So how do you intend to go about that, and how can we get closer to, you know, working on the same page with these two different concepts?
Yeah. Well, again, first of all, and I see Ms. Cole is eager
I'd love to hear from the Met.
Yeah, you know what? I'll tell you what. Let me defer to her first, if only because she's so eager. I don't want to hear later. I wanted to talk on this because I'll get beaten up. So please, Ms. Cole.
Thank you, Member Fuhrer. Kathy Cole again with Metropolitan. We've actually had some discussion as recent as last week. They are two different approaches. There are some commonalities and themes between them, but they kind of go at about, I think the consultant's analysis reflected, right, you know, whether you use your drops more wisely or look for new drops. Right. That's the approach, the distinction between the two.
Or some of both.
Or some of both.
Obviously is going to wind up being the reality. So
absolutely, and that's certainly where Metropolitan is. So we've reached out to the proponents of 261. We're continue to have and hopefully have another discussion this week even. So we are working on that.
All right. Mr. Fuhrer?
It was worth it. I think for the moment that's a well-stated point. Again, any good legislation, as you pointed out, requires a real openness to a broad diversity of views and the attempt to synthesize the best of from everyone's standpoints. There's no question on my mind that you have to be able to draw the most efficient use from every drop of water. But it's also true that we need to be exploring new ways to create supply. There's no question about that. And so I'm very open to that continuing conversation, as Ms. Cole indicated.
All right. Thank you.
I had a few technical questions, but I guess an opening comment. I see this bill as, in a very important piece of a comprehensive water package, and I think several of the speakers alluded to that. Conservation has to be part of the solution. We all get that. So does ecosystem restoration and upgraded conveyance system, balancing urban and agricultural needs. We all get that. We're looking at groundwater recharge and surface storage and a variety of things. I think there'll be someday a comprehensive water package. Conservation is the most cost-effective way to create more water, a more efficient use of water. But in addition to climate change and there being less water and more population, 18 to 19% of our energy is used moving and treating water. So it's a very important piece of to have to grapple with climate change and reduction energy. I move the bill. Thank you, Ms. Wilkins. And but a couple of technical questions. You talked about, and I do think this particular bill puts a lot of the conservation objectives and goals and enforcement all on the urban water users, and I'm a Southern Californian, so I sort of get that piece. So I'm going to ask a few questions from that particular perspective. An urban water user, I'm not sure exactly what the definition is, but not all people in urban areas are on water meters. So that would be one question. How do we deal with that issue? I know there's flexibility now in this bill, which I appreciate, instead of just straight per capita consumption, because each area is doing different things to achieve reduction goals and targets. What is that definition of regional? I didn't know if it was per water district or per a larger area. And a third sort of technical question is, important to establish a baseline on water usage. A lot of areas are aggressively reducing water consumption. Last year, and particularly this year, we're in the third year of a record drought. They're serious. Landscaping ordinances, water use 2 days a week, 5-tier rate structures. That's incredibly important too, but you don't want to, just like on AB 32, you want to incentivize people moving forward and doing the right thing and not waiting for some baseline target that's going to be moving back and forward, because you want people to all do their own particular fair share to reduce water consumption and become more efficient. So maybe if you could talk about a few of those things.
And my team members here, I'm sure, would like to do the same. Ms. Cohn is among the more vocal people usually, so this is a little patience on your part. Let me say a couple things. First of all, as for water meters, the bill, and this is a point that sometimes gets lost in the stakeholder conversations. I want to underscore it here. The bill places no requirements on the end users of water. None on a given business, none on a given resident. Instead, the bill looks to the water suppliers, the agencies themselves.
So they'll have to find a way to quantify.
They need to find a way to quantify, and they need to determine what is the most effective way for them to promote efficiency.
Statewide 20% reduction or per?
It's a statewide 20% reduction. And so, for example, areas that have, the reason for the baseline being a 10-year average is to take into account the investments in efficiency that many jurisdictions have engaged in, often at great expense to their users, while not disadvantaging them in this process. At the same time, we want to be sure we reduce our water use. I think I forgot the third point you were asking.
Establishing a baseline definition of urban.
The baseline, as I say, there are a couple different alternatives. If you've invested heavily in recycled water, it's not a 10-year average, but rather a 15-year average. So there's a real benefit to those who've invested in that costly means of being efficient and creating supply. As far as the regional versus per agency approach, there's a choice in the bill. An agency can determine to coalesce with other agencies in the region and deal with the issue that way, or it can do it on its own.
So it could be all of MWD, or it could be separate entities based on
Again, lots of flexibility. And we want to take into account the fact that different agencies do have different degrees of resources available to them. So some that may want to pool their resources together couldn't do it effectively on their own, but in combination could do a very good job.
One of the other parts of the comprehensive water package was when finances become better for the state, potentially a water bond or water supply source, monies for local governments for cleaning up aquifers and a variety of other strategies, including maybe efficiency measures for water conservation or cisterns, and the list goes on, multi-benefit kinds of projects. I would assume people not in compliance with moving forward in these targets, whether it's midterm or long-term, or best management practices from the agricultural perspective, would not be eligible for bond monies. I mean, I was looking for an incentive. I could put it, yes. I'll rephrase that. Right. Would become eligible.
Yes, that is the incentive built into the bill, is that compliance with the elements of the bill results in eligibility to compete for state funds. And that's a pretty important method of compliance.
No, we've used that for transportation, and I think that's right. A very good carrot.
Yes, indeed.
But just to note that if you're not in compliance, if you come up with a plan and a budget for coming into compliance, you can still get those grant funds and use them to come into compliance. So you're not precluded from accessing them.
Two last things. First of all, before I read Senator Wilk's 3 things that she'd like you to work on, I wanted to let you know how important it is that get your word that you're going to continue to work with my staff, Dennis O'Connor or Bill. They're going to be part of that comprehensive water bond. I know Senator Kehoe is very concerned on how this blends in with Ducheney and Dutton's efforts, different perspectives, same goal. We're going to have to use water more wisely. And I was going to read Senator Wilk's 3 concerns that she has, and then you have another.
Just a quick comment when you're ready.
Senator Wilk has, and she's not here right now, but she would like to get a quick commitment from you that continue to work with my staff on these.
Of course.
CII conservation targets must be designed specifically for each major CII type, should not be lumped in together with residential water use. I'm just going to list these off. Number 2, address the definition of agricultural supplier. She feels that is not clear. These are probably not new issues, I would assume, to you. And number 3 relates to cost issues. Many local governments are facing escalating costs. This bill may impose new costs on water agencies that have reliable water supplies or are not dependent on state infrastructure and may not be able to increase rates to cover the costs of these programs. So.
Okay. Look forward to continuing to work with Dennis and Minister O'Connor, and others on this.
And I will pass that off to him. And Senator Kehoe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Fuhr, just as it goes forward, because this is a fairly broad policy bill, in working to come to consensus with the Ducheney-Dutton measure, I know things are going to change. So I just would like to encourage the chair to if we can have ample time to bring it back here if need be for close examination, because when you get into sliding 10-year baselines around and things like that, local jurisdictions can have a very strong response depending on what their record of conservation or implementation of wise water use policies have been. I notice my county water authority is leaning towards support. I'd certainly like to keep them there. If they were not, that would be a big concern for me. So I just want to encourage the chair to exercise her power, if need be, to see how all these 2 big machines, how they're going to get hooked up and work well for the whole state.
And it's probably going to be part of even a bigger picture. Right. And as chair of appropriations, I'm sure the assembly member is duly noting your concerns.
Just listening very carefully. The baskets of fruit are already being prepared. Thank you. Thank you, Senator. Yeah.
Oh, fruit. Yeah, well, vegetables.
We heard about the food water before, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Got it. There is a motion, but we don't have a quorum, so we'll hold off on that motion. Thank you for your presentation.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee, very much.
Okay. As Assemblymember Huffman moves forward, because he's the next in file order, I would like to announce that file item, number 2 is on consent. That's AB 135 by Jeffries, as well as file item 17, AB 1465 by Hill. They're both on consent. File item 15, AB 1300 by Fletcher, has been pulled. Okay, so we're now to file item number 4, AB 489 by Assemblymember Huffman, relating to commercial fishing.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members. I want to start by taking the committee amendments that were suggested.
Good.
And this bill is a commercial fishing bill that will, in short, more equitably distribute fishing fees within the industry and also generate additional revenue for Fish and Game to manage its commercial fishing program. It's important to note that we're working with some very old laws here. We often speak about our revenue system being antiquated and needing an update, and there really is no better example for that than the commercial fishing industry's landing fees that are assessed to support Fish and Game's regulation of that industry. Under current law, this is how the landing tax works. It's paid by those that purchase fish at the landing dock, and the rate of the tax is based on the weight of the fish and not the market value of the fish. And there are several problems with doing it this way. First, the basis of the landing tax is very seriously out of date. It's not been updated in many cases since Ronald Reagan was president. So we like to wax nostalgic about the Reagan era, but I'm not sure we want all of our fees to be etched permanently at Reagan era levels.
Maybe college fees.
Perhaps. That might be good. But not fish landing fees. In some cases, these fees are set at ridiculously low levels. For example, fish producers pay a fee for sea urchin that is only 20 cents for every $100 worth of product purchased at the dock. The second problem is that the rationale for this fee is not only inadequate, it's not a rationale. The current tax rate, for example, for crab is the same as for squid. And that's despite the fact that squid is a small fraction of the price of crab, and yet you pay the same amount on a per-pound basis at the dock. So this bill will replace that system instead with one based on market value of the fish that's reflected going forward on the price paid at the dock. This will more equitably distribute the tax burden and allow the tax collected to rise and fall as fishing income rises and falls based on market factors. This is the way it's done in our sister states, Oregon and Washington. And this bill will phase in that change slowly to give the industry time to adjust. It would begin at 1.5% of the market value paid and then rise to 3% by the year 2013. The third problem with the current system, of course, is that it doesn't generate nearly enough revenue to support the work of Fish and Game to regulate the commercial fishing industry. By passing this bill, we will gradually begin to improve that situation, and this will raise revenues over time from $1 million a year to $3 million a year, still a fraction of what it costs for Fish and Game to maintain that program, but certainly of some help in relieving pressure on the general fund and better enabling the department to do its job. This is a fair and reasonable change in commercial fishing fees and is supported by commercial and sport fishing groups as well as environmental groups. And with me here to testify is Zeke Grader from one of the largest commercial fishing groups in the state.
Mr. Grader.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Members, my name is Zeke Grader. I'm the Executive Director for the Pacific Coast Federation of Fishermen's Associations. We represent working men and women in the West Coast commercial fishing fleet. We'd recognized some time ago that there was a real deficit as far as what was being owed by the commercial fishing industry to pay for Department of Fish and Game Services, which statutorily we're required to pay for. And we had to begin dealing with that deficit. Typically in the past, what we've done is just do automatic raises on various licenses and fees. But in this particular instance, we saw the fact that we have a landing tax system that was set up probably 60 to 70 years ago. And really, the updating to it really has been pretty sporadic. I can remember my father working in when Ronald Reagan was governor here, working on upping the salmon part of it. I worked in the late 70s on updating the herring parts and that. But they've been based on species by species. But overall, what we have now is a system that's really pretty much out of whack, and it really is time to update it. About 20 years ago, both Oregon and Washington updated theirs and went to an ad valorem fee. And I think really realistically looking, that's probably a better and fairer way to go. And I think that that's the best way to go as we increase this fee, and we'd certainly support it.
All right. Thank you very much for your testimony. Anyone else here wishing to testify in support of this measure? If we just bring over the microphone. Yes.
Good afternoon. My name is Layla Monroe with the Natural Resources Defense Council. And on behalf of our 250,000 members in California, I'd like to express our support for AB 489. As you know, the Fish and Game Code is a complex set of regulations with many antiquated and convoluted provisions. AB 489 will update and rationalize one aspect of the code, which is the outdated landing tax provisions, replacing it with an ad valorem fee. An ad valorem fee is more equitable than the current antiquated landing tax rates because it bases the fee paid on the value and price of the fisheries rather than the weight. So, for example, for higher valued fisheries, the fees paid would be higher, although the rate would be the same for all fisheries. This more equitably distributes the financial burden of covering the costs of fisheries management. So in deciding to lend our support for this bill, NRDC looked to the examples of our sister states on the West Coast. As mentioned previously, both Washington and Oregon have the ad valorem tax, or excuse me, the ad valorem approach to fisheries, commercial fisheries. One thing I'd like to mention is that the opponents have argued that this bill would increase landing fees on sea urchins by approximately 1,800%. However, this number is misleading because under the current landing tax, sea urchin fisheries pay a landing tax that's equal to, for example, 0.08% of their total revenue for the year 2005. And in 2008, it would be equal to 0.2% of their total revenue. AB 489 adjusts the fees so that all fisheries will pay 1.5% of their average ex-vessel price for any species in 2011, and then that will increase to 3% starting in 2013, as you know. Because sea urchins and other fisheries have paid such a low percentage of revenue, even a modest increase to 3% looks enormous percentage-wise. But by comparison, other fisheries such as sardines currently pay, for example, in 2005, 15.27% of their total revenues, or in 2008, they paid 10.6% of their total revenues. So this is an example that demonstrates the inequality in the current code, and this is an inequality which AB 489 is intended to address.
And if you could finish up
Sure.
with one sentence.
Absolutely. The final point I'd like to make is that this bill will has the potential to raise an ongoing annual revenue, possibly in the millions of dollars, for the Department of Fish and Game. So I respectfully request your support. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Other people in support, name and organization.
Michael Endicott, Sierra Club, California, in support.
Thank you.
Mark Franco from the Winnemem-Wintu tribe on behalf of the Fish people. We stand in support of this bill as well.
Thank you.
Randy Anamar from the California Indian Heritage Council. We stand in support of this bill.
Adam Stevenson, member of the Caddo tribe, member of the advisory, DWR. We support this bill also.
Thank you. Anyone else in support? People here to testify in opposition? 2 speakers.
That's something I wanted to hand out to the committee.
Yeah, our sergeant is somewhere. Right here. There he is. They wanted to hand out something. Or Dennis, right next. We'll take that. Thank you. Got it. Go ahead.
Madam Chairman and members, I'm Vern Gehring, and the Executive Director of the California Sea Urchin Commission. I I'm handing out a sheet that gives some overview, kind of summary of some of the specific points of concern that we have with regard to this bill. Clearly pointing out the other fees that sea urchin divers and fishermen pay in addition to landing taxes, and those other fees are indexed and they increase annually. Also pointing out how this bill will increase landing taxes over its 2 steps to a significant increase, 1,800% increase. And while granted it may start from a low number, it's still a significant increase at a difficult time. Also pointing out a table that's attached to what I'm sending out, giving you, that summarizes a change in the number of commercial fishing licenses sold, the businesses, commercial fishing businesses sold, the people engaged in commercial fishing over the last 20 years in California, to show that the number is significantly declining. The industry is shrinking, but the revenue coming out of the industry on license fees and taxes and so forth is remaining relatively static. The regulations that are being put in place to protect resources are working to reduce the amount of fishing, the amount of harvesting, and therefore the number of people engaged. But the per unit cost of each individual participating is increasing significantly on an ongoing basis. Also, I included some information from a recent study, April 2009, just 2 months ago, commissioned by the Department of Fish and Game, which looked at the details and did an economic profile of commercial fisheries throughout California. And it looked at all the cost elements, all the revenue that the fishermen receive, and shows that was specifically with regard to sea urchin fishery, that the average diver in 2006 lost $4,000 in their operation, in their work. Had AB 49 been in place at the time, that loss would have been increased by about $1,400 that year. So the average working diver would have had about a $5,400 loss in that year. That study also documented and looked at 20 fisheries statewide and documented that 12 of them had average losses in 2006.
And if you could finish up in a sentence there, please.
We concede that the commercial fishing is not paying all of the department's costs. It was never the intent of the legislature that it do that. The question is, how much is enough? We think AB 49 is just a guess, a shot in the dark of how much is enough. There are only 5,700 fishermen now licensed in California. Is it reasonable to expect them to pay $22 million to fund the Department of Fish and Game? We question also, do we know really what should be done with regard to fishery management? The department itself is undertaking a $250,000 study of the primary fishery management law and the process of developing and adopting fishery management plans, trying to find out ways to make them less expensive and more affordable. We're opposed to this because of the economy, the general tax increases that have just been enacted by this legislature on everybody, fishermen as well. And we think that the bill is not based on an analysis of the cost, the needs, and the economics in the industry. And we question, what's the rush? The increases don't take effect until 2011. We think a department-led analysis and dialogue is in order and will get us to a point where we can agree to unanimity.
And thank you for your testimony. If there are questions relating to your points, we'll call you back up. Anyone else wishing to testify opposing this measure? Seeing and hearing none, I'm going to ask members if they have any questions before I have Assemblymember Huffman address some of the points raised by Mr. Gehring. Senator Kehoe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I would just say how the authors approached the increase. I see in the two-step fashion, and although, you know, when I first saw the percentages of the sea urchin fees or charges or taxes, whatever we call them, I thought that they were pretty low in the the real dollars. It's significant for an industry that doesn't appear to be thriving. So I'd like to hear a little bit of discussion of that, and also the analysis brings up the issue of the ad valorem tax. Is that a more appropriate way of charging the landing fee? And I wondered if you'd give the committee your thoughts on that.
Well, thank you for that question. I'm certainly sympathetic to the folks in the urchin business. I know it may not have been a good time the last few years, but nobody's been hammered more than the salmon fishermen in the state of California, which comprise much of Mr. Grader's membership. And I think they are stepping forward, looking at the bigger picture and realizing that we need to change the way we raise these revenues. We need to put it on a more equitable basis because the current system creates winners and losers. This bill doesn't create winners and losers. This puts everyone on the same playing field where value is the metric. The value at the dock is the metric, and everybody pays the same percentage of the value they bring into the dock. Right now, as tough as it's been for the urchin fishermen, they are the winners in the current situation because they pay a very, very low rate. And because these rates were established decades ago in most cases, they've never changed. So, yes, I suspect the change is going to be more of an adjustment for them than some of the losers in the current situation, which may actually welcome the change. But I think looking to our sister states and the solutions that have come forward in Washington and Oregon, as well as just a basic equitable application of the rules, as we would in most other industries, brings us to the conclusion that ad valorem is the way to go.
It's, I know you've thought it through. And I do. I feel a lot of sympathy for the sea urchin fisher because it's an out-of-pocket expense and in a very rough time. Admittedly, all our fisheries are under stress, and making a living off a boat is increasingly hard in California. But did you give any thought to any other kind of, not a sliding scale, but a phased in of the new fees?
Well, the two-step phase that we have created, I guess, would be what we've come up with. I can ask Mr. Grader if he has any
phase one and phase two.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think
could I ask Verna if...
Yeah, Senator Keel will direct questions if she wants either one of the gentlemen to answer that question. Otherwise, it's your show, Assemblymember
Beg your
Huffman.
pardon. Through the chair, if they could both briefly respond, I'd be happy to hear.
Briefly would be the operative word.
I'm going to have to ask you to repeat briefly your question. Sorry.
Well, I think the bottom line would be you're suggesting keeping the bill here in committee and forming a stakeholder group or reconvening a stakeholder group. Other than that, I mean, do you have any alternatives for how you'd like to see it go?
First of all, this is not the first time this bill has been around here. It's been around for the last couple of years, and we've kept expecting and hoping that the department would take the lead and come to the table and call groups together to share, what is their cost, what's reasonable, what do they have to do, how do we allocate it across the board, and how does it fit? And that hasn't happened yet. We would like to see that happen. Several months ago, I had a meeting with the author's staff before the bill had substance in it to talk about what kind of provisions might be something that would minimize the concern of the fishing groups. None of those issues are in here now. We think there's some possibility to give some recognition to fishery groups like the sea urchin fishery that collect money amongst themselves and contribute significantly toward data collection and management work on their own. And so we think there are some things like that, incentives to fishery groups to come forward to the table and to partner and share. Some incentive to the department to actually enter into partnership management agreements with fishery organizations to reduce their costs.
And if
all those things have been discussed
Senator
a lot.
Keel, I'm going to turn to the next gentleman. So good points made.
Yes, Senator, I think and Mr. Gehring is right. We've been working on this for a number of years, trying to come up with something. I think what has come to my members' point is that they determined that as much as we hate paying for fees, and keep in mind, Senator Wiggins is carrying a bill for us to increase our salmon stamp fees this year, is that it was costing us more not to get the department to do anything. And every time we came to the department and said, we need to have research on this. And sometimes that research would be critical for us being able to catch more. But they said, we don't know anything about that fishery. You can't fish. And we said, we'd like you to do some research on it. They would say, well, you guys haven't kicked in any money. So finally, it was the chicken and egg. We wanted to move ahead.
Heard both points of view and appreciates that.
Thank you.
Before we move forward, and I'll have Assemblymember Huffman close, or there's a motion. I know Senator Benoit has a question as well. We're going to open the roll and establish a quorum.
Senators Pavley?
Here.
Cogdill? Benoit?
Here.
Hollingsworth? Huff? Kehoe?
Here.
Leno? Padilla?
Here.
Simidian? Wiggins? Wolk?
Okay, we do have a quorum. That's the good news. And there is a motion. Assemblymember Huffman, if you may close. You two are excused. Thank you for your expert testimony. Oh, and do you have questions of them before? Hold on.
And maybe you can
Thank
address
you.
this in your close, but
Okay.
clearly when you increase the revenue to the state by a couple of $1 million, in addition to the argument about whether or not it's fair to take someone who may admittedly be paying a little less than their share now to increase their particular group by 30 times, there's an argument that this is a tax increase. How would you address that? Because it obviously is going to be something that's going to be brought up later, too.
And that could be in his close.
Please.
Would that be fine? Thank you. Thank you both for your testimony. And also in your close, if you could talk about the fairness of all this
Yes.
money being raised by 5,700 fisheries.
Very good. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I appreciate the good questions and discussion. Starting with the last question raised by Senator Benoit. You'll note as you read this that the word tax is used when we talk about this ad valorem tax or fee. That is in large part because we're dealing with a law that is decades old, dating back to a time when we didn't always draw legal distinctions as between a tax and a fee. But I do want to assure the Senator that Ledge Council has opined on this. This is a fee, and there's really no serious dispute about whether it's a fee or a tax. So for all of the normal Sinclair reasons that you would expect, the money's being dedicated to the regulation.
So go ahead and establish that nexus rule.
All of the 100% of the revenues raised will go to the Department of Fish and Game for regulating its commercial fisheries program. Okay. So as to the equity of this and a few of the other questions raised, the concept of allowing the Fish and Game Commission to look at something that might be a little more staggered, a little more differentiated as between different types of fishing was looked at. In fact, Senator Kehoe, that was the original model I had in this bill. But I do want you to know that the urchin fishermen opposed that, as did others. And so that is what brought us to the point of codifying this two-step system. We're still open to continuing that dialogue with them, but the model of giving it to the Fish and Game Commission, where we originally thought it ought to go, was rejected even more soundly, believe it or not, than what you heard from them today. The second part about ad valorem and the equity of using this model, and one of the opposition witnesses mentioned they would like to see a facilitated fish and game dialogue to help inform the path forward. Well, we've had that. The Department of Fish and Game in 2007, as the committee analysis points out, did author a memorandum that suggested moving forward to an ad valorem system. And so this is carrying forward the recommendation from our own department on this very issue. And then just finally, with respect to the fairness, again, I don't want to in any way be insensitive or flip about the concerns of the urchin fishermen, because I know they've been through tough times, but a little context is important here. We are talking about 3 cents on the dollar that they would be paying. And right now, we're talking about many other fisheries, sardines, for example, that were raised, where they are currently, under the current system, paying 15%. So equity is something that's going to look a little bit different depending on what type of fish you bring into the dock. But for all the reasons we've discussed, I think ad valorem is the best model, and I would ask for your support to move this forward.
And there is a motion to move this forward with the amendments as noted on page 3 in the analysis, and it would go to appropriations. So it's due pass as amended to appropriations. Roll call.
Senators Pavley?
Aye.
Pavley, aye. Cogdill? Benoit? No. Benoit, no. Hollingsworth? Huff? Kehoe? Aye. Kehoe, aye. Leno? Aye. Leno, aye. Padilla? Simidian? Wiggins? Aye. Wiggins, aye. Wolk?
You have 4 votes. You need 6, so it's on call. Thank you very
Senator.
much for your presentation. Item number 5. I did see Ms. Saldana here earlier. Is she gone? She left. So is Ing here? Okay. I'm going to go back up then to item number 3, Assemblymember Caballero, subdivisions and water supply.
greater water use reductions in new homes by encouraging the builders to voluntarily install water conservation measures that go beyond existing laws by ensuring that home builders who employ such devices receive reasonable credit for their savings in connection with water demand assessments and verifications done during the entitlement process. AB 300 ensures the Public Water Agency maintains complete authority in determining the water savings attributed to a particular device. It would also allow a developer to offset a percentage of the project's water use by contributing to cost-effective conservation programs administered by the local water agency in existing homes and buildings. Most importantly, AB 300 achieves water savings at no cost to the state. We have taken significant amendments in this House to address the opposition's concerns. The remaining issue is finding an enforcement mechanism to ensure water conservation occurs, to ensure that actual water conservation occurs. The opposition has proposed language with CC&Rs in which a water agency is made a third party between an HOH and a homeowner. Let me explain to you where we've finally landed in terms of this. I have no problem with addressing the issue by saying that the instrument gets recorded in CC&Rs. But I want to speak from my personal experience. I own a home, and we have CC&Rs in our neighborhood. And the CC&Rs prohibit certain color paints. They also require certain landscaping to be maintained. And quite frankly, as the years pass, those become very difficult to enforce because it requires a neighbor to go into court to get compliance. So we have purple houses in our neighborhood, despite the fact that our CC&Rs say that they must be a neutral tone. We have people that don't take care of their front yards, despite the fact that our CC&Rs say that they must, the front yard must be maintained to a certain standard. So my concern, and my concern has always been with the discussion about CC&Rs, that they actually be enforceable. The opposition has maintained that they want to put an HOA or the homeowners in the neighborhood in the position of having to police whether water-saving measures are working or not. And the problem with that is further compounded by it being a water issue, is that nobody knows how much water gets used in individual homes. Although they're metered, there's no way, unless you're going to go and look at your neighbor's meter, to know how much water your neighbor is using. The entity that's in the best position to be able to determine how much water a residence is using is the water company. Because the water company has the meter, they read the meter, and they assess a fee for the water that's used. And so it's my belief that the amendment that we have in the bill, as it's currently prepared, as the committee is looking at it, provides a variety of options. It's a covenant that is with the land, and that gives the water company the ability to be the determiner, to be really the enforcement mechanism to determine whether, in fact, the water savings have been realized and can do the enforcement. You have on your desk some language that is CC&R language. If the committee feels compelled to use CC&R language, then this would be the CC&R language that I would recommend. However, I believe that the better mechanism is to leave it with the water company, because they're in the best position to be able to determine whether, in fact, a home is using excess water or not. And they can develop a particular tier, a lower tier, and charge more for extra water use. They're in the best position to know. And so, Madam Chair, I've presented a couple alternatives to you. I'm willing to do whatever it is that the committee would so desires.
Supporters and opponents, and then we're going to have some discussion, and we'll have
Very good.
a couple of options, obviously, in front of us.
Sure.
Witnesses in favor. 2 speakers, 3 minutes each.
Sure. Steve Cruz, representing the California Building Industry Association. Assemblywoman Caballero did an excellent job of describing what the intent of the bill is, and certainly where we stand today in terms of negotiating what we think is the final component of the bill. I did just want to briefly emphasize, in terms of the purpose of the bill, and to remind the committee that what we're trying to do with AB 300 is simply say, to the extent that a home builder, installs water conservation devices in new homes, to the extent that they want to install devices that exceed the requirements, the local requirements, state requirements, that they get some credit for the water savings that they achieve. And so this is a bill to encourage the greater use of those devices, and the question is, how do you ensure that these devices are going to be there and ensure that the savings are lasting? And so we have worked with those with concerns for over a long period of time, and we think what we've come up with, one in the current version of the bill, would allow for that to occur. But the amendments that we have with us today are simply to augment the work that the consultant will do in terms of drafting this in the future, and to also point out that the amendments that we are dealing with, that we've been asked to take, are for a specific project in a specific district, and we don't think that the one-size-fits-all approach will work, and that we ought to allow for CCNRs if they work, allow for this other approach where you have the covenant and you have the water agency enforcing it when that's appropriate, particularly if there isn't a homeowners association. So I think we're very open to different approaches on how to make this work, but it needs to be flexible and adaptable.
All right. Your second speaker in support.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members. Whitney Henderson with the Association of California Water Agencies. We're actually support if amended, and we've had this position since the bill was introduced. We want to thank the sponsor and the author for their effort in trying to address all the concerns. At this point, our concern still remains the enforcement provision, and we're kind of stuck in an odd place because the enforcement language that's being proposed by one of our members is a problem with other sets of our members. So we're trying to work through the issues to make sure that it is an enforcement mechanism that will do the job that it's intended to do. However, we want to maintain the flexibility that Mr. Cruz just mentioned, and that is of utmost importance to Aqua, that the local control for being able to work with the developer to provide the credit for the voluntary demand measures that they're seeking in order to help increase conservation, that it gets done, but that the devices are maintained in the property with the current property owner and those in the future. Thank you.
Right. Those are the two speakers in favor of it. Everyone else, you can use if Senator Keogh doesn't mind, the microphone right there is just logistically easier. Just your name and affiliation and your position.
Valerie Nero for the California Chamber of Commerce and Support.
Is that on, Senator Keogh?
It is.
Okay.
You just need to speak up.
Elizabeth Gavrick with the California Association of Realtors in strong support.
Duly noted.
Matthew Hargrove, California Business Properties Association in support. Thank you.
Bill Higgins with the League of California Cities in support.
Kathy Cole with the Metropolitan Water District in support. Continue to work with the author on amendments as Whitney shared with you earlier.
Richard Marcus, Western Electrical Contractors in support.
Jonathan Clay on behalf of the San Diego County Water Authority in a support if amended position.
Julie Malinowski-Ball on behalf of the Contra Costa Water District, consistent with Aqua's position, support if amended.
Andy Fields, California Alliance for Jobs and strong support.
Anyone else wishing to testify in support? Now, make room for two speakers to represent the opposition. 3 minutes each, please. Welcome.
Madam Chair, Randy Canals, East Bay Municipal Utility District. We have not seen this language, so I cannot tell you what we think of this language. I can tell you that I have met with Ms. Caballero and with her sponsor and her staff, and I've explained that this bill amends a statute that was enacted by Senator Kuehl that we supported and worked on back in the 90s, and it's a statute that we're very proud of that requires that before large new development projects of 500 units or more can be approved, that there must be a real water supply, a defined water supply, and that there must be detailed evidence on the record that supports it. It simply cannot be paper water. It cannot be a promise of water where there is no real water behind it. And so when AB 300, we think it's a good concept, but it only works if it is real and if there's assurances that the homeowners who purchase these special homes, these are homes that are going to be limited. They're going to be restricted in terms of what a homeowner can do in terms of planting lawn and planting landscaping, in terms of their ability to use water outdoors and indoors. The promise that the builders hope for is to reduce the water demand for these homes by as much as 25 or 30% and get credit for that. Well, if that savings is not realized by the individuals who purchase the homes, who suffers are the rest of the customers of that utility, the environment, the farmers in the area, everyone who has to give up a little bit of their water, in order to make up the difference of the promised savings that was never realized. And so this is the reason that we have asked Ms. Caballero and her sponsor to amend into her bill the very approach that East Bay Mud negotiated with Chappelle Industries, Lennar Homes, Ponderosa, and KB Homes. With those four major developers, we negotiated an arrangement whereby the utility relies heavily on the HOA to enforce the CC&Rs. This is not at all unprecedented. I have a long list of state programs and statutes where the legislature has called upon HOAs to enforce the laws relating to installation of solar paneling, the laws relating to disclosure of hazardous wastes. I won't describe for you, but I have given to your committee consultant a list of the programs that the legislature has asked the HOAs to be the first line of enforcement. We think that this is the best approach for ensuring that the conservation promises made by these developers will be honored by the homeowners. If the utility becomes the first entity that knocks on the door and tells a homeowner that they are restricted in the amount of lawn they can plant, they are restricted in the amount of landscaping, they're restricted in terms of making changes interior to the house in how they use water, that will not work. Homeowners will react the way you would, the way I would, and say, I bought this home, it's my home, I'm free to do as I choose with this home. There have to be requirements in the escrow documents, it has to be in the deed, it has to be enforceable by the HOA to ensure that water conservation will be accomplished. We stand ready to work with Ms. Caballero to support her bill if she will amend the bill to ensure that it has a strong and effective compliance provision. Thank you very much.
Got it. All right. Next.
Charlotte Hottie from the Planning and Conservation League. We're here in opposition to the bill in print, along with many other environmental groups. What we do support is what the analysis suggested. I just wanted to stress how important this provision really is to the success of this bill. For a developer to actually get credit, similar to the enforcement of AB 32 and carbon credit systems, if they're going to get credit against what the verification would say, those things actually have to stick. Those savings actually have to stick, and you've heard other people talk to that. And I'll just say that the reason that we have stood behind the use of the CC&R for several reasons, because there would be an actual obligation written into the CC&R that would make the homeowner actually responsible, and there would be actual enforcement through the water agency. The bill in print places no obligation through the covenant on the homeowner. The only statement in the covenant was that they would be notified that there is a maintenance manual. So for them to understand and to grasp that there is a responsibility for them to uphold the savings, it would need to be more explicit. Also, for a water agency to actually be a level of enforcement, it would have to be expressly stated in that mechanism that they would be a third-party beneficiary so that they could actually enforce through that mechanism. So I just want to close by saying we just feel that this has been the actual point of contention for the last year and a half, and we feel it's very important, perhaps for the committee staff to step in and help with drafting this resolution.
Thank you. Other people who wish to testify in opposition, over here at this microphone, just giving your name and affiliation, please.
Thank you. Mark Franco from the Winnemem-Wintu Tribe. We believe that the bill does not go in the right direction to help us as tribal people protect the waters, and so we stand in opposition. Thank you.
You can't get in a long run-on sentence there.
Randy Yanamar, California Heritage Council. Opposed.
Opposed. Thank you.
Ada Stevenson, advisory member to the Department of Water Resources. We oppose.
Opposed. Okay.
Vern Gehring with Food and Water Watch, a national organization protecting local water. Opposed.
Christopher Trinnell on behalf of the Marin Municipal Water District. We do not have a board-adopted position on this bill yet, but we do support the amendment put forward by the Planning and Conservation League in East Bay Mud. Thank you.
Carrie Mazzoni for the Executive Council of Homeowners. We have an oppose, if amended, to require homeowners associations to be the enforcement agency.
Jennifer Wada on behalf of the California Association of Community Managers. We also have an opposed, if amended, position on the bill. If the bill were amended to include enforcement authority be given to the homeowners associations.
Okay, got it. I've heard that one.
Michael Endicott, Sierra Club, California. We have oppose unless amended along the lines of what PCL suggested. Thank you.
And Skip Dahm on behalf of thousands of volunteer boards of directors of homeowners associations, we will actively oppose any amendment from the East Bay Mud, putting us in a position of being water police in individuals' homes. Thank you.
Anyone else wishes to put on the record their opposition to this bill? If not, let me open it up for members' questions.
You are on the horns of a dilemma, it sounds like, huh? This is the second time I've heard the bill. If it gets to appropriations, that'll be the third time. So I would just like to know, Ms. Caballero, really, how are you going to resolve this difference? As it stands now, the proposed author's amendments that you brought in well, the committee hasn't even had time to analyze them, so we can't deal with those today. We need to have real water savings that are permanent. The homeowners don't want to do it, but I think that that's probably the most local level. How do you propose resolving these conflicts?
Well, Senator, let me tell you that that at the last committee hearing, I indicated that we would take CC&R language. And I stand today.
That was at the local government.
That was at the local government hearing.
I served on local government, and I was present.
Yes,
I remember.
And you remember. I'm not opposed to that. What is being proposed right now is that now we make HOAs responsible for implementing the action in the CC&Rs. And the challenge I have with that is process. I'm a process-oriented person. Who is in the best position to determine whether a homeowner is exceeding their water use? Is it the water agency, or is it a homeowners association that's trying to work together for the betterment of the homeowners association? I just think that the best mechanism for determining whether, in fact, and I got to agree with everyone that what we're trying to do is we're not talking about paper or water. We're talking about wet liquid. We want to be able to identify that there have been actual savings and that this process works. And the best organization to be able to determine whether water has been saved is the water agency, because they're already set up to do this. All of them that are using water conservation members have a tiered system. They can create a tier down for these particular homes so that they can then manage the system by saying, you're moving into, and I'm not, in this bill, it doesn't say that the first person that comes up and says you've got this installed in your home. It says very specifically, and I challenge them to read the bill, to actually read the bill and the changes that we've made over the past couple of weeks. What it says in the bill is that it would be a recorded. The homeowner that purchases the home would have to sign that they've received the booklet that tells them about the water-saving devices. It would be recorded with the title, so that if you bought it as the second person buying it, you would receive it with information on your title, and you'd take it with full information. So to say that the first time that the homeowner would know about it would be when somebody from the water company comes knocking on the door, it's just absolutely false. It's not true. They would get that information when they purchase the home, whoever the home buyer is. Secondly, it makes more sense for it to be a tiered system within a water agency, to be able to then notify the owner that they're paying extra for more water because they're in a particular district, in a particular development. But let me say that the CCNR language, I don't have any problem with that. If that's the direction that the committee wants to go in, that's fine. I just think it makes much more sense to actually have the water agency be responsible for determining and charging people if they use more water because they live in this particular development. So we've worked on some language. I was told that we were going to get here and let the consultant work on language. Frankly, I'm not comfortable with that, because I'd like to be able to have something in front of you that you're looking at to say, does this take care of the things that we think are going to happen? In other words, if the committee had some language for me today, I could have reacted to it and could have said, okay, this makes sense and I'll take it. But I didn't have anything to react to. So that's one of the reasons that on Thursday we proposed this other language. But I think the bill very specifically lays out that it's the water agency, but it is a covenant that runs with the land. This is CCNR language that you have at your desk. And we're prepared to take that or the language that's in the bill. If the committee wants to continue working on it, as I've said, I am more than happy to take CCNR language, as long as we're not putting a third party in the position of having to be a police on this, because to me that just doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
This language is for the public water system or the agency, right?
Correct.
Where does it say CCNRs?
Well, what it says is that let me get here. Provisions in covenants, conditions, or restrictions, which are what CCNRs are, or any other mutually agreeable mechanism to legally enforce the voluntary demand management measures, so that they can use CCNRs, they can use covenants, or any other recordation device to let the homeowner know that they're under this obligation.
Or the local agency can as well. Is that what you're saying
Yes.
here? So it's either.
This is broader language.
It's right. I don't know if it'll get out of here today because it would be better to actually have final language in front of us. This won't do. But if it does get out, Ms. Caballero, prior to your hearing in appropriations, we have to have language in print. And I would have to know that Senator Wiggins in local government and Senator Pavley in natural resources has signed off on it. Not that there's ongoing conversations, not that they're working on it, not that it's coming, that it's a done deal. That would be the Thursday prior to the hearing. So I'll listen to the rest of the discussion. But you've got a good bill here, but there are the most critical issue hasn't been resolved yet, and the way to make the real water savings enforceable hasn't been answered. That's a big problem.
Yeah, thank you.
Senator Benoit.
Well, I think that the bill does take an appropriate and good step forward in incentivizing better practices to create water efficiencies, and that the enforcement mechanism is another topic, but I don't know that it necessarily needs to be included here any beyond the original language that you have in your bill as it stands. I intend to support the bill. I hope that it comes out of this committee as it was presented, and not, we can't really pass it out as amended because we didn't have the amendments formally proposed. But I would suggest that perhaps the best way for the bill to move forward is as currently presented to the committee, and I'm not sure that we even need the amendment. And I agree with the concerns about HOAs being an enforcement agency. I guess that's my bottom line. Thank you.
Other members comment? Senator Padilla and then Senator Wiggins.
A couple things. And Madam Chair, I apologize about being in and out of the room. I've been presenting bills in assembly committees. But I think just for my 2 cents here on the suggested amendments, proposed amendments, amendments considered, the language in front of us, et cetera, I think the part that we're grappling with about real water achieved versus, well, it's capable of saving X amount of water, and what it means for eligibility, approvals, mandates, et cetera. I just think, bottom line, it's a fair question and concern to have. I'm looking at the analysis. This is point 2 now, where it has a suggested amendment on CC&Rs. I see proposed language by the author in front of us, and some folks are a little shy about accepting today because we just saw it and we haven't had a chance to fully technically analyze it, et cetera. It may be splitting hairs a little bit, but I'd be inclined to support the bill moving forward, knowing that there's not final resolution on the CC&R language. I hear from the author, and correct me if I'm wrong, at least agreement in concept for this amendment, and it's about fine-tuning the specific language. I believe there's, between the commitment made in local government, which I believe need to be met, commitments that, if not by the author, certainly by Senator Kehoe as chair of APROPS, that need to be met to satisfy the chair of this committee and the committee consultant here. I feel comfortable enough supporting the bill moving forward on the condition that when it comes, if it comes out of APROPS, and when it comes to the floor, that I may not support it if it doesn't meet the satisfaction of the 2 policy committee chairs and obviously the chair of the appropriations committee. So I think there's some work that's been done, progress that's been made. We're not quite there yet, but I think the most important question for me is if there's an agreement in concept for a CC&R language that's still being drafted or tweaked. Is that a correct interpretation? Thank you.
Senator Wiggins.
Yeah. 2 weeks ago in the local government committee, I voted to let this bill out. I did so on the condition that the author reach an agreement with the stakeholders on amendments for this committee that would ensure enforceability and long-term savings. Don't believe that this agreement has been met. For that reason, I think it should be a 2-year bill. That's what I think.
Okay. Senator Lano.
I'll just be brief and also excuse my in and out. I'm presenting bills as well. First of all, you've taken on a Herculean effort, so for that you should be congratulated, if not questioned. But you're definitely waded into some challenging areas. Just from my own experience of being in the legislature now these 7 years, some of the most important issues that I see myself and colleagues working on, as disappointing as it can be to see a bill become a 2-year bill because some things have yet to be worked out as opposed to just keeping it moving along. I think this particular issue is of such significance and importance that you really do want to get it right. And having heard from the first policy committee chair, I think that Senator Kehoe's comments were actually rather on point. And so I'm going to be following the chair's suggestion, but I think you're moving in the right direction. You're on to something. It just sometimes takes longer than we would like. And so I would want to encourage you in your ongoing efforts.
Thank you. I'll offer a few comments, but maybe it's more appropriate that you go ahead and close so I can hear carefully what you're going to say.
Thank you.
See if there's
Thank you,
any
Madam
second
Chair.
Thoughts.
Well, it's. I made a commitment at the last committee hearings that I would take CCNR language if ultimately there was not a better solution for making sure that we had a way to measure water savings. It's my belief, and it's still my belief, that one size does not fit all, and I think you heard Aqua say that. They're concerned with trying to impose a CCNR system that may not work for all of their agencies. So I was looking for flexibility. Unfortunately, there are some organizations that just don't want to talk about flexibility. They want it their way, or it's the highway. And so we came up with a covenant, a way to have it run with the land and be part of the legal documents that every homeowner receives, and that they get notice of it, and that it be permanently attached as part of the development process. In the meantime, since the committee, we did not have a committee draft to look at and to respond to, we worked up CCNR language, which you have before you, that gives flexibility, which is what the water agencies are asking for. So CCNRs are part of it, but there are other options as well. If there are drafting changes that need to be made here, then they need to be made, and I recognize that. We need to make sure that it's tight, that it works, and that there is really an enforcement mechanism, because I want to make sure that this works. It's a voluntary process. The builders can do it voluntarily. If they don't, then we don't have to worry about it. But to the extent that we want to encourage water conservation in new projects, and we want to encourage the builders to pay into a system to be able to fix some of the water inefficiencies in older projects, I think it's a great tool. So if there are changes to the CCNR language that the committee thinks might be appropriate, I'm more than willing to do that. What I really do not want to do, because I don't think it's where we want to go, is to make a third party responsible for water savings. I just fundamentally don't believe that that's the way to go, because my experience is that those third parties are very reluctant. They don't have the resources, they don't have the expertise, and to put them in the position of having to police our water, I think is really not a very good public policy for our future. So that having been said, as I said before, I am prepared to accept CCNR language, but I really would like it to be such that it will achieve real water savings.
Right. Thank you for your testimony. Let me offer you my opinion on this. I think you're grappling with an issue that's worth pursuing. It's going to take a little time. I think some of my best bills in the legislature are those that actually, where the work was done all fall and putting people together. As stated at the beginning, we're going to see a state with less water, not more. And so if we're going through this approach, and I'm talking to the BIA, and I'm not, dug in and not saying no way, no how. But it gets back to the original premise of showing me the water, and if you can show us the water, then you've got to show us the enforceability. I do share some of Assemblymember Caballero's concerns about HOAs. I guess I have an experience of some being effective that could do this, that are sort of very out in front of any kind of zoning infraction and water monitoring and some that are very lax and change over time. So this has got to be an ongoing commitment on enforceability to make sure that over time with homeowners that they're actually abiding by those landscaping ordinances or the amount of water they're going to use, not just by charging them more for water in a tiered rate structure, because we're talking about using less water, not just paying more for, or else someone else will end up having less. So I know my staff is willing to continue the dialogue. It's on the enforceability. If it's enforcing the CCNRs, then if not just that, the homeowner on the CCNRs, who? Is it the HOA? Is it the water district? Or is it a flexible kind of package on that? And that might be the answer. I'm not sure. I just want to make sure whatever deal is constructed, that it can be enforced and we're achieving real water savings, not just when the new homeowners come in, but over forever in a long period of time. So I think you're moving in the right direction. I don't think we're going to resolve this here today. I think it may be difficult to get it in a place that Senator Kehoe would like to see it by appropriations. Senator Wiggins has concerns. We're the two committee chairs here. So my recommendation would be to make this a 2-year bill. I mean, sometimes things happen between now and the end of session where all the people get together and come up with a solution. But that would be my recommendation for today. And I'm not sure if there's a motion that would be appropriate under this circumstance, if anyone wants to.
I make the motion.
I don't think it needs to be a motion, but I believe there's 4 people here that aren't ready to move this forward today. If I can characterize Senator Kehoe, Senator Leno, Wiggins, and myself with these 3 gentlemen more in a mood for further discussion. Senator Kehoe?
I agree. I agree with the chair, even though you are taking on a big issue. Every time we move it to the next committee without resolving the issues, you lose the opportunity to have a full discussion and to have, now we would be, if it were to get to approach, have to go back to local government and natural resources to iron out these details, and it becomes, I think, a more complicated and more, behind the scenes discussion. So I think the idea of keeping it in committee and allowing you to bring in your stakeholders again is a better way to do it, by far.
And if there is no motion by, yeah.
For purposes of allowing the author her choice of how to proceed, I would move the bill.
You would move the bill, okay. Roll call vote. The chair's recommending a no vote. Is it due? Okay. Well, all right. Yes, that would be fine. Would you prefer a roll call vote with possible reconsideration, or working with the 2 chairs of the 2 committees, understanding that it'll probably be a 2-year bill, and staff?
Well, I appreciate the motion. Thank you very much for making that here today. It was my understanding that one of the options was to direct the staff in collaboration with the local government committee to see if there's some drafting that might make it, might finish off the last piece that we're working on. And so ideally, I think that's where I'd like to go. I hear the committee loud and clear that there's some concerns with trying to do this in the waning days of our session. So obviously, this is a bill that's very important to me, and I'm disappointed to have it be shelved after all the work that we've done. Very hard work on behalf of all the stakeholders. But if that's the way to keep it alive, then I think that we have no choice, and we'll take the chair's recommendation to keep it in committee. Continue to work on it.
I appreciate that, and I give you my word. My staff will be working with you. I want to find an enforceable mechanism. That's the missing piece, and thank you very much. I know that's a difficult thing for you to say, and we can continue to have a dialogue. Right. And with that, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
We'll talk.
Assemblymember Caballero has one more bill. And then, Mr. Ruskin, if we block the doors, because if we don't see anyone after Assemblymember Caballero that's before you, you're next. So just...
Yeah, you know what? Let me just do this because I need to focus on this. I appreciate this. Let me just see where I can go with this because this is going to be made a 2-year bill too. I just know it is. Yeah, I'm going to go with what we got.
Okay, he's passing out amendments now.
Okay, well, I'm just going to say that I'm going to pose it to them as the same conundrum.
Bill?
Okay. Oh, they're not. Okay. Oh.
I don't.
Okay. Okay.
The other set of amendments, we can swap them. This one is.
Which are the ones that are getting passed out? Which are the ones that are getting passed out?
No,
Okay.
this is existing now. This is what we got from the salmon stand. I think this one is better because this one is from Alexander Saldaña's.
What's getting passed out right now?
This one.
Okay.
And
So
that's
this is what's getting passed out?
This is existing now. I got it from
Right.
here.
Okay. Okay. I'm really considering those are individual bills, so that's cool. Oh, good. Excellent.
Okay, we're back in a reduced format here. Once again, have an issue of an amendment that we didn't think was coming before us today. I'm ready to move on the bill as presented with a commitment to look at this amendment next year as a technical cleanup to the original bill. But that's sort of where we are with this. I know we've had ongoing discussions. We did communicate, Assemblymember Caballero, with the governor's office, whose report we couldn't shake out despite our best efforts. So if you'd like to go ahead and present, but my recommendation would be to approve this
as is.
As is.
Right.
And then, they don't get that money out the door, I'm going to be right with you next year.
Good. That
so
sounds
that's
great.
sort of where I am.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Chair and members. Under existing law, in order to fish in the San Francisco Bay and the Delta estuaries, you must first purchase a Bay Delta fish stamp. The fees are collected, and the proceeds can only be used for activities that promote the long-term sustainable benefit of Bay Delta sports fisheries. However, in October of 2008, the state auditor's audit found several deficiencies in the Department of Fish and Game's handling and spending of stamp monies, including inadequate monitoring of fish stamp project activity, incomplete expenditure reports, and inappropriate charges funded from the stamp program. The audit included a number of specific recommendations to address these deficiencies, and that's really the genesis for AB 1052. I held a meeting in conjunction with Assemblymember Jared Huffman in, I want to say late January, early February, with the Department of Fish and Game and the Advisory Committee, and tried to mediate, quite frankly, between the advisory committee that felt very, very strongly that the department had not lived up to their obligation to take resources and to spend them in a way that benefited fish. The department at that point was sitting on $8 million and had no expenditure plan for how they were going to spend the money over the next year. Since that time, I've met with the department a number of times to try to push them to work more deliberatively with the advisory committee, and quite frankly, that has come to nothing. So it's the reason that you have an amendment before you. I'm flagging it more for the purpose of saying we're going to be back, because I don't think that this bill takes care of some of the issues that the fishermen have raised with me. AB 1052 will repeal the sunset. This stamp is set to sunset on January 1st, 2010. And it also would...
what you need to do.
Yes, and so basically what it does is it sets up a process where the advisory committee is going to be more actively involved in knowing where the monies are spent and getting a timeline from the Department of Fish and Game and a report to the legislature, so that we'll know what they're doing with the money and can monitor it a little bit better. Quite frankly, I think what we need to do with this process is have it mirrored what's done with the salmon fish stamp, which is that comes to the legislature for approval, and the advisory committee makes a recommendation, and the Fish and Game have to follow that recommendation. That's really, I think, makes that Plan B if all else fails. So it's our intent is to continue the stamp for another 2 years. This will give us an opportunity to see whether it's working, and if it isn't, quite frankly, the fishermen are going to be back to ask us to sunset the stamp so they don't have to pay it anymore.
Yep, this issue, and appreciate that you're frustrated with their inability to get the money out the door after paying for the stamp. So my suggestion is to move as is without this amendment, but realizing that this advisory committee really isn't in a position to, as an advice, to tell Fish and Game how to spend the money or not. But if they continue to sit on this money and not get the money out the door, I share Ms. Caballero's frustration, and we'll look at some kind of clarifying way to make sure that they're moving forward and expending the money in a timely manner, since they're sitting on $8.6 million. So what I would recommend to the committee is to do pass with the suggested amendment on page 2, just the inserting and deleting 10 days and inserting an opportunity, understanding we may see this again next year. Roll call. Oh, sorry, I didn't hear from anyone. I just kept thinking they were here for Assemblymember Ruskin's bill. I apologize.
Good afternoon. Jason Ryan, California Under Heritage Alliance. We are supportive of the bill as in print, and even with the amendment. This is a problem that we've had with many of our other hunting licenses and tags. We've taken steps to strengthen those advisory committees. A bill that went through this committee earlier this year, SB 589, also strengthened some of those committees. So we are very supportive of this concept.
Yep, appreciate that.
Thank you. Yes, Madam Chairman. Zeke Grader with the Pacific Coast Federation of Fishermen's Associations. We work both on the commercial side on the salmon and the herring stamps. I think Mrs. Caballero's language here is great. I think we should probably look at that for some of the other stamp committees too if it gets out here, and we'd certainly be very supportive of it.
Anyone else wishing to testify in favor? How about opposed? Anyone here opposed to that bill? So the rest in the back, we're standing for Mr. Ruskin's bill. If not, then there was a motion by Senator Kehoe, and this would be due pass to appropriations as amended. Due pass as amended to appropriations.
Senators Pavley?
Aye.
Pavley, aye. Cogdill? Benoit? Hollingsworth? Huff? Huff, aye. Kehoe? Kehoe, aye. Leno? Padilla? Padilla, aye. Semidian? Wiggins? Wolk?
Okay, you have 4 votes. Assemblymember Caballero, you need 6, so we'll certainly leave it on call. Thank you very much for your patience. Appreciated. Assemblymember Ruskin, but I have to ask fellow Mr. Huff or Mr. Senator Kehoe, could one of you take over myself for me on Assembly Bill 1242 on state water policy? You can do that from over there. I just have to present a bill in committee, and we'll be back probably before the discussion is done.
All righty. Mr. Ruskin, have a seat, and you may begin anytime.
Senator Cogdill is ill today, and he's my vice chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members.
Go ahead, Mr. Ruskin. That's
Thank
good.
you. First, let me say I have accepted the committee amendments that help clarify the goal of the bill, which is that sometime in the future, everyone who pays for water and turns on their tap should know that they are not putting their health and safety at risk by drinking the water. I have had time to place the amendments in the bill, so the copy of the bill that you have has those amendments shown. In April of last year, I held a Budget Sub 3 committee hearing in the Assembly on groundwater contamination. We found that a surprisingly, if not shockingly, large number of communities in areas of California, particularly those that are economically disadvantaged, do not have access to safe, affordable drinking water. This bill is a result of that hearing. AB 1242 would help to ensure that Californians have access to potable drinking water. It would direct state agencies to take reasonable means prospectively to implement this policy. Groundwater and surface water in many areas of the state are contaminated with nitrates, pesticides, industrial chemicals, and other pollutants. In high concentrations in our water supply, these pollutants are responsible for putting families' health and safety at risk. For example, excessive levels of nitrate in drinking water have caused serious illness and sometimes death from blue baby syndrome. This serious illness in infants can interfere with the oxygen-carrying capacity of the child's blood. Symptoms include blueness of the skin. In far too many communities whose sole water supply is contaminated, families unable to afford treatment of the water are often left entirely without safe water. The Central Valley and Central Coast regions, where more than 90% of the communities rely solely on groundwater, are at particular risk. Finally, this bill simply ensures that future regulations, grant programs, and agency practices are designed to move California forward as reasonable toward a day when everyone in California can have safe drinking water so they may drink their water without endangering their health. I ask for your aye vote.
Thank you, Mr. Ruskin. And your witnesses?
Yeah, my name is Martin Cuevas, and I come from the community of Stratham, California, Central Valley. And we're on a daily basis, my family, like many other members, are forced to shower our kids and wash our dishes with contaminated water. And because of this horrible reality, like many others, have to buy water to have safe drinking water in our homes. Access to clean and safe, affordable water is a fundamental human right to life. We can live without our phone, cars, electricity, and without food, but for a couple of days, but not without water. This extra expenses are now going, especially with a lot of the community where they're poor. We have to start saving a little bit extra money in order to buy bottled water, and it makes an impact on families. No one should be forced to wash dishes, bathe our children in contaminated water, whatever we know it's harmful. This is why the state should be committed to ensuring that all Californians have a safe water. Please vote yes on AB 1242.
Thank you. Next, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Debbie Davis. I'm with the Environmental Justice Coalition for Water. And Tulare County is just one example of communities around the state that don't have access to safe drinking water. We estimate that on any given day there are about 150,000 Californians who cannot turn on their tap and safely drink that water. And it changes every day because as some communities gain access, other communities lose access because of groundwater contamination and surface water contamination that enters their systems. That 150,000 group of Californians is the canary in the mine. We actually know from Department of Water Resources that the sources of drinking water for 8.5 million Californians actually has some contamination in it, and so we think it's a basic right that every.
Let's wait 1 second here. We got. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. We think it's a basic right that every Californian should be able to rely on, being able to turn on their tap and drink their water and to feed it to their families. AB 1242 is a fairly modest bill. It only asks agencies to do what's reasonable. It doesn't ask them to exercise new authority. It doesn't ask them to spend new money that they don't already have. It asks them to use their existing authority, and if they require additional authority, they would come back to the legislature for that. We strongly support 1242. We thank Assemblymember Ruskin for taking leadership on what we think is a very important issue to California, and we urge your aye vote. Thank you.
Thank you. This bill has a great deal of support, and some of the people are lined up already. We're going to ask you to talk into that microphone, and then the sergeant is going to help you exit on the side there.
These people have seats. They're going to go back to their
Okay,
seats.
you're going to go back to your seats.
The ones outside are going to go outside.
All right. And then we will take all the people from outside the hearing room, so there's still quite a few. Would you tell us your name and organization and your position on the bill?
My name is Sandra Mraz. I'm from ALPA, Committee for a Better ALPA, and I support AB 1242.
Thank you very much.
Mi nombre es Reina Matías, apoyo al Bill 1242. Represento a la comunidad de Tulare.
Reina Martías from Porterville, Tulare County, in support of the bill.
Very good. That was a previous speaker. Okay.
My name is Susana de Anda, co-director with the Community Water Center, and highly support of the bill.
Thank you very much.
I'm Oscar from the community of Seville, and I support the bill.
I think you're good.
Adeline Villagana, a teacher in the community of Seville and Central Valley. I support the bill.
Thank you.
Joanna Mendoza from Central Valley, and I support the bill.
Horacio Mezquita from San Gerardo Co-op in the Salinas Valley, and I support the bill.
Thank you.
I'm Reverend Lindy Ramsden, Executive Director of the Unitarian Universalist Legislative Ministry Action Network, one of the co-sponsors. We strongly encourage your support.
Thank you.
I'm Dick Tarble, retired Chief Hydrologist of the Federal State River and Flood Forecasting Service. I believe that this bill should provide adequate civil right, a basic need for water.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Mason Gallegos from Sultana, and I strongly support this bill.
Thank you.
My name is Grantrina Davis. I am a field marshal with National Network in Action based in Visalia, and I support the bill.
Thank you.
I'm Ramona Bonner. I'm the president of the Unitarian Universalist Legislative Ministry. I come from an ag background, and I know that's very important, but I think this bill is really, really important, so I encourage your support. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Edgar Sanchez. I come from the community of East Rosie in Central Valley. I strongly support the bill.
I'm Ben Hammond from the Unitarian Universalist Church of Palo Alto. I support the bill because of our principles of justice for all and also for an independent web of life, respect for.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kathy Smith. I bussed up here from Scripps Ranch, San Diego, California, in support of the bill. I'm an early childhood educator. I strongly recommend your support. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mariana Benedict Basilla. I'm a special educator in Poway, which is in San Diego County, and we came up here to strongly urge you to support the human rights for clean drinking water for all people.
Hi, my name is Sheila Myers with the Unitarian Universalist Church of the Community of the Mountains in Grass Valley, California, and on behalf of the Social Action Committee, I would like to say that I support this bill.
I'm Dr. Carol Ann Jones. I'm a board member of the Unitarian Universalist Community of the Mountains in Grass Valley in Nevada County, and I also strongly support this bill.
Good afternoon. I am the Reverend Kathleen Green, and I serve a congregation, Summit Unitarian Universalist Fellowship in Santee, California. I've traveled here today from East County, San Diego, just to be here to tell you that I support this bill.
Welcome. I'm from San Diego County, too.
My name is Linda Harris. I'm a nurse from the First Unitarian Universalist Church in San Francisco, and I'm here to strongly urge you to vote yes on this bill, both from a health perspective and a basic human rights and respect aspect.
My name is Mary Wally. I live in Elk Grove here in Sacramento County. I'm here speaking on behalf of myself, my husband, and my daughter, Julia, who also live in Elk Grove in Sacramento. My daughter Julia has been hosted by many of the people who have spoken before me today. Last summer when she was on a water justice tour, learning about water issues in the state of California. She is a student at Sacramento State, California, and she has educated me on these issues. So I strongly request your support of this bill.
Thank you.
All three of our names.
Thank you.
SEED Greater Pacific Coast Federation of Fishermen's Associations, we're strong in support. Safe, clean water for people is going to also translate to good water for fish. Thank you.
Very good. All right.
Charlotte, on behalf of Planning and Conservation League, and more importantly, on behalf of myself as a citizen of California, I support this bill.
Thank you.
Lori Chen, on behalf of Clean Water Action, truly support this bill.
Thank you.
Vern Gehring, representing Food and Water Watch in the California Sea Urchin Commission. This bill does not give any new regulatory or programmatic authority to any agency. We support the bill.
All right.
Good afternoon. My name is Patricia Smith. I'm from Alpa, one of the towns that you will be discussing. We haven't had clean water since 2002, and I support this bill.
Good afternoon. My name is Michelle Hunter. I am from Alpa also. I'm a member of Committee for Better Alpa, and I support this bill. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Marta Alvarez. I come from Alpa, California, and I support this bill.
Good afternoon. My name is Freddie Morales, and I'm from Alpa, and I support this bill.
Hi, my name is Max. I'm Max Meegwitz. I'm from Patterson, California, and I support this bill.
Mark Franco, Winnemem-Winty Tribe, support the bill.
Very good. You're getting good at that.
Or better, huh? Randy, Randy Yanamura, California Heritage Council supports this bill.
Thank you.
Ada Stevenson, advisory member, Department of Water Resource. We support this bill.
I'm Miriam Sanchez from East Rossi, and I support this bill.
I'm Inazo Terán. I'm coming from Porterville, Central Valley. I support this bill, 1242. Please help us.
Hi, I'm Cynthia Moreno from the Community Water Center, and I support this bill.
Hi, mi nombre es Juliana García de Alpa, California. Apoyo este bill.
She's Juliana Garcia. She's from Alpa, and she supports this bill.
Mi nombre es Moisés Ochoa. Vengo de la comunidad de Alpa y vengo apoyando este bill.
Translate for him. Moisés Ochoa from the community of Alpa, and he's in support of this bill. Hi. My name is Maria Herrera, and I'm here with the Community Water Center, but also as a community resident from Sultana in strong support of this bill. Soy Patricia González y vengo de Alpa y vengo a apoyar este bill. Patricia González from Community of Alpa in support of the bill.
Sandra García y vengo de Poplar y soporto este bill.
Sandra Garcia from Community of Poplar in support of this bill.
My name is Lucy Hernandez. I'm the president of the West Goshen Mutual Water Company, and we support this bill. Thank you.
My name is Maria Magaña, a school teacher in Tulare County, and I support this bill because our students do not have safe drinking water.
I'm Vanessa, and I come from Seville, and I support this bill because we have nitrates in our water.
Hi, my name is Rebecca Quintana. I'm a school board member from the Seville in Tulare County, and I ask for you to support this bill. Our school district has been importing our water for years, as at this moment we have no safe drinking water. Thank you so much.
My name is Veronica Mendoza. I'm a member of Vecinos Unidos, and I come from Cutler. I support this bill because we have DVCP in our water.
Martha Guzman, California Rural Legal Assistance Foundation, in support.
My name is Mary Helen Doherty. I'm a citizen here in Sacramento, and as a person of faith, I ask for your strong support of this bill. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members, Justin Malone on behalf of the California League of Conservation Voters and also the local environmental health directors, very much in support.
Michael Endicott, Sierra Club, California, también soportamos.
Any more testimony in favor? Is there opposition testimony? And the first two speakers are the ones that are going to give us a little more detail, and then afterwards we'll take the same way. Following the first two, then it'll just be name and position on the bill.
Madam Chair, members, Whitney Henderson with the Association of California Water Agencies.
we're opposed to the bill. I think I heard that there were some amendments. They weren't in the analysis. Oh, okay. I thought I heard that there were going to be some amendments taken.
I think the author said at the beginning of his remarks there are amendments already in the bill.
Already? Okay.
Yes.
That they
so
were
there
the
are
ones
no
that
new
are
ones.
in the bill. Okay.
Correct. There's nothing new that's been presented to the committee that you don't have.
Thank you. Thank you for the clarification. I want to thank the author. We met with him and the sponsors, or a couple of the sponsors last week to talk about what the issues with the bill.
Did you give us your name?
I think I did, but Whitney Henderson with the Association of California Water Agencies.
Thank you.
Thank you. Not a problem. While we don't disagree that water that's delivered should be, drinking water should be potable and safe and pure, we believe that current law takes care of the issues as we understand them. And if there is something that's lacking in current law to address the problem, we should deal with that and not spend the time, energy, and effort going off in another direction. There were a couple of things in the analysis that pointed out different places where the right to clean water is already stated in law, and one in particular is Health and Safety Code 116-270, which states that every citizen of the state of California has the right to pure and safe drinking water, and that the rest of that chapter provides the means to accomplish that objective. And it would be our contention that if there's something missing in the Health and Safety Code, that we should be looking at enforcement issues. If it's a matter of money getting to the communities in order to clean the water, that we should take care of that. When we met with the Assembly member last week, I told him that I would take the time to do some research to identify some areas of the law, and I've done that. We've gotten started. I don't ordinarily work on drinking water quality issues, so it's a start, and we can provide more information to the degree that there's more beyond what I've provided here. So, thank you.
Go right ahead.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members. Glenn Farrell with the Friant Water Authority in opposition to the bill as well. A lot of the farm workers who work on the million acres of irrigated agricultural land in the Friant service area live and reside, their families and themselves live in these small communities where there are drinking water concerns. We've been strongly supportive of trying to ensure that there are opportunities to improve drinking water, public health in those communities. Just 2 years ago, the legislature approved and the governor signed a measure by your colleague, Assemblymember Arambula, AB 783, which we supported. That bill prioritized funding in the Department of Public Health for water projects in disadvantaged communities. We've also been supportive of water bond efforts over the past, several years now, since 2002. In 2002, under Prop 50, $435 million was provided to the Department of Health, Public Health for grants for drinking water improvements, and DPH was supposed to set aside 25% of those funds for disadvantaged communities. Prop 84 had $180 million for small community drinking water systems, with priority given to projects that address the needs of disadvantaged communities. So clearly there have been efforts, targeted efforts, to try to supply funding to improve drinking water quality in those communities. If there's some issue there in terms of a roadblock to securing that funding or something in that construct, then let's address that issue. If there's an issue with enforcement, my colleague, Ms. Henderson, talked about the enforcement issue. The Department of Public Health says there's about 5,500 small community and non-community water systems that are being regulated by county environmental health departments in the state. If there's some enforcement issue here in terms of drinking water quality standards, then let's address that issue. But at the time, we just don't see that the contents of AB 1242 help to achieve real progress in improving drinking water quality in these communities, and so for those reasons, we're opposed to the bill.
All righty, thank you. Next, please.
Madam Chair, members, Rosario Capella on behalf of the California Municipal Utilities Association. We have concerns regarding the language as it perhaps too broad regarding daily operations, water rights, issues of water conservation enforcement, and other issues related to cost to ratepayers. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions or comments from the committee? Senator Huff.
Yeah, I'm sitting here puzzling with some questions, so I'll just ask the author. Let's presume that I live on a farm and I have rights to my groundwater, but it's not safe water. So does the state then have a responsibility to make that water safe? Let's say it's been contaminated somewhere historically, don't know who did it, but it's, you know, it's not a level safe. Maybe it's arsenic in there. But something in there makes the water not safe. At what level does your legislation transfer that responsibility to the state?
Well, the state will then, according to the bill, the state will then have to take reasonable action as it deems what it deems reasonable to create potable drinking water for. Now, if you're just drinking your own water, that I'm not sure that applies. But if there is a public water agency that is serving water to people, selling water to people, then the state would need to take reasonable action it deems reasonable to begin to move toward making water supplies safe, so that when people turn on the tap when they're paying for water, they can actually get potable water.
Yeah, I'm concerned that the legislation's pretty vague and broad in this area, because you're talking about all relevant state agencies, including the State Board, Department of Public Health, whatever else. I could see a huge bureaucracy being created to take care of little pockets that don't have access to a safe public water system. I mean, I grew up on a farm. We got our water out of a ditch, ran it through a sand filter, and drank it until it became contaminated numerous times, and we finally bought potable water and had it trucked in. I certainly wouldn't expect the state to provide that for me.
You wouldn't be purchasing the water from yourself, so I'm not.
No,
I
well,
don't think it would apply.
we did purchase the water, had a right to pull it out of an irrigation ditch, so it wasn't like it was free. It was an agency, and you know, we had water rights, but those groundwater was polluted. You know, it was too salty, through no fault of anybody's. It's just the way it was. I guess another part that I'm struggling with here is your bill specifically says that it would not require any action to supply water for new development. And yet, if somebody moved into new development, who's responsible to provide those new people with a safe, reliable, affordable water supply?
Well, I think that's just the point, Senator. The people who approve that new development would have to take that into account when they did the development. I don't think that's unreasonable. It wouldn't apply a priori to new development, but once people were in the new development and were paying for drinking water, the state would need to take a look at that. But local government would have the ability to take that into consideration. The bill is written in such a way so as to say that the local government approving the new development is not obligated to approve the development as such. But they would probably want to take into consideration where potable water would come from, especially as we move toward a denser and denser population, and there are more and more people living in these areas. I think the options available to people that may have been feasible decades ago, I think as more and more people move into these areas, are no longer feasible, and the same needs and desires that people have in more urban areas as the population increases will become the same needs and desires of people in these areas, that when they pay for water, they actually get potable water.
Well, let me just state my final concerns here, and then you can move on and address it in your close. But even our committee analysis says that it's not out of the question that a court may find that it is in the state of California's responsibility to redress any violations of that policy. So you have local government that says, yeah, we got enough water and for this development, and so you have a new development, and then because the cost of housing becomes very expensive or whatever, maybe the density in that development is a lot more, as we have in many of our urban areas, where certainly we're at a higher level of population density because of the lack of affordability in the state. And so you're putting more pressure on the water system. I believe the way you've written this, it makes the state responsible for a water supply that maybe there's some other level of culpability. Local government, the individuals that have too many people in their home that wasn't designed for that. And so I can't support your bill today, and I would also argue that, we certainly have the right to life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness. Those are things we can empower ourselves. We have some power over that. The right of water is something requiring somebody else to go out and procure that. And in our committee, we've had hearings on this very arcane, convoluted water policy in the state, but it goes back to basically the first people started using the ones that have the rights to it. And your bill, to some degree, seems to tweak that and say that, no, it's codified now that we, coming now, are going to have the highest level of access that's clearly higher than anything codified so far, and it already says, humans are the highest use over agriculture. But I have just concerns about how it works with the legal status that's there now. Most importantly, though, the affordability. How do you define what's affordable? That's very vague. And then by not requiring it for new developments, but being responsible, the state being responsible for requiring water for new development is a big concern for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Huff. Mr. Ruskin, I think your heart's in the right place, really. Having clean water come out of the tap, non-toxic water come out of the tap, I think is just a fundamental public service that the state and local jurisdictions should be able to guarantee the residents. It's shocking to me every time I hear it that cities and towns in California do not have potable water and haven't for years. For families is just, it is something we must address as a top priority. I do have to commend Senator Huff, though, for bringing up an issue that's in the analysis regarding whether California would have responsibility to redress any violation. And I think in the next committee in appropriations, that is going to be a very, very high hurdle for you to overcome. Whenever we say in a bill, something must be done, there's a cost. Mm-hmm. And when you say something must be done for everyone in the state, there's a very high cost. But be that as it may, as a water policy issue, I can support the bill. And because there's so few of us here today, I think I'll go ahead and take the plunge and move the bill, and ask Senator Wiggins to join me. If you'd like to close briefly, please go right ahead, and then we'll take the roll.
Thank you, Senator, and I'll take your concerns into account, obviously, as we move toward your next committee, so that's very good advice. I'm sure you're familiar with the chair well enough for that advice to be quite pertinent.
I'm even more familiar with the consultants at this point.
Let me say...
Senator Wiggins, this is 1242 by Mr. Ruskin. Item 13 on water policy.
Let me close briefly. I know you have a busy day. Let me say that I appreciate your remarks. When one looks at the maps of just a couple of areas in the state, and these were maps I asked my budget subcommittee to draw up, all the red dots represent areas paying for water that's not potable. Yeah. It is quite shocking. Mm-hmm. Let me say, in addressing your concerns about policy, basically what I think we're doing is placing language from essentially language that's in the health and safety code into the water code, so that we are ensuring that the legislature's intent, as it now exists in the health and safety code, that the legislature's intent to have potable, safe water is communicated to all relevant agencies, including water agencies. Let me reiterate that Mr. Cuevas, who was the first gentleman to testify in behalf of the bill, is still paying for the water.
Yes.
It's not like he's not paying for the water. He's still paying for the water. And my intent, I've taken amendments that were of great to address concerns that some of the opposition had. So I've taken amendments that addressed whether we would infringe on the rights or responsibilities of any public water system, and I think that addressed some of the concerns. But overall, Chairwoman Keough, I don't agree with the opposition when they state that we're going off in another direction. Actually, we're going off in the same direction, but in a way that strengthens the commitment of the legislature. So if it wasn't clear enough before when the language was in the Health and Safety Code, my hope and the hope of the supporters of this legislation is that by placing the language also in the Water Code, we're ensuring that the legislature's content is communicated to all relevant agencies, including water agencies. I think this is the least that we can do for the people who traveled across the state to be here and those that they represent, and I want to thank them very much for coming here today at their own time and expense, and I ask you for an aye vote.
Very good, Mr. Ruskin. Then, without objection, we'll open the roll.
The motion is due pass to appropriations. Senators Pavley? Pavley, aye. Cogdill? Benoit? Hollingsworth? Huff? Huff, no. Kehoe?
Aye.
Kehoe, aye. Leno? Padilla? Semidian? Wiggins? Aye. Wiggins, aye. Wolk? That bill has 3 votes. It will go back on call.
Thank you.
Anya, come on down.
Good afternoon. Thank you.
Let me find your things.
We're going in.
So file item number 5, Assembly Bill 571. You have 2 bills.
Yes.
And file item 7, Assembly Bill 694. So we'll take the first one, file item
571?
Yep.
Oh, this is a bill. I was approached by the representatives from the commercial lobster industry. They expressed an interest in providing for the sustainability of their industry and using a self-funded program to accomplish that. This AB 571 would establish a funding mechanism so California lobster fishermen will be able to pay for programs that improve lobster conservation and sustainable fisheries. The additional money that the lobstermen are willing to pay in will be put into an account that will help. It's called the Lobster Management Enhancement Account under the Ocean Protection Council. I understand that there were some concerns expressed in the analysis, and I'm willing to accept a couple of amendments to specify that only projects that are consistent with the advisory, the Council's Advisory Committee's recommendations will be funded, and also to remove the continuous appropriation language so that we're certain that we will have funds available to continue this program over the years.
I just wanted to clarify, those are the amendments listed on page 3 in the analysis you were talking about? All those? Okay.
So I appreciate the compromise that we're reaching here. The lobstermen are willing to increase their own payments to maintain their fishery. I think that it's a very laudable approach to this, and I have a witness in support.
All right, witnesses in favor.
Madam Chair, members, Justin Milan on behalf of the Environmental Defence Fund, and may I also say on behalf of the commercial fishermen, we were going to have a real live fisherman up here today, but because of the changes in the Senate schedule, they cancelled their flight late last week and couldn't make it up today. So
we apologize for that.
They apologize for not being here. They did want to bring some smelly oil boots into the committee room. But we do thank...
I asked for lobster.
thank the committee consultant very much for these amendments. We do think they do actually strengthen the bill for us. The commercial fishermen are happy to take those, and we believe this is an equitable and a very efficient way of raising much needed money to actually implement the fisheries management plans for lobster, which is the Department of Fish and Game's highest priority right now.
Very good.
Thank you.
If there are no other witnesses, anyone wish to just lend their name in support of this measure?
Michael Endicott, Sierra Club, California, in support.
Thank you. Anyone here wishing to testify in opposition to Assembly Bill 571? Seeing and hearing no one. Members, questions or a motion? Would you like to move the bill? I would like to move the bill. Great. Senator Huff?
Yeah, just a quick question. Why do we have the OPC instead of Department of Fish and Game regulating this, or some other entity that's, like that?
Senator, it's a challenge for the fishermen, as you may have heard with the other stamp bills. We in no way want to sort of disrespect the Department of Fish and Game, but we have extensive discussion with both the agencies. OPC believes they can do it for a very low overhead. This is really being managed by the fisheries themselves. The reason we actually have it in the state agency in the first place is to ensure that there are no freeloaders, to make sure that everybody's paying into this fund and we get the maximum amount out of that $300 additional fund. So we believe this is the most equitable way, and we understand that both agencies are comfortable with it.
And they'll collaborate together.
Correct.
Regarding expenditures.
Exactly.
There is a motion. Any other questions? If not, would you like to close?
Well, I think this is a very important way to ensure the sustainability of lobster stock. The industry is showing great vision by coordinating with the state and also researchers to evaluate current stocks and protect them and make sure that they have a livelihood going on into future generations. So I ask for your aye vote today.
Sustainability and fishing practices central. Okay, very good. Roll call, please.
The motion is due pass as amended to appropriations. Senators Pavley?
Aye.
Pavley, aye. Cogdill? Benoit? Hollingsworth? Huff? Kehoe? Aye. Kehoe, aye. Leno? Padilla? Semidian? Wiggins? Aye. Wiggins, aye. Wolk? That's three.
Okay, you have 3 votes. You need 6. It's on call.
Thank you.
And now item number 7, Assembly Bill 694, a bill that was put over, hearing what's happened on this bill since your last visit, tidelands and submerged lands.
Yes, well, this is a bill we originally took up last year. It was vetoed. We've listened to the veto recommendations in terms of targeting it down to a more specific area within the city of San Diego. We had hoped to come to an agreement on some issues that would potentially give the Port of San Diego more authority over managing these specific lands versus the State Lands Commission, and we're still exploring that. The Port Commission in San Diego does have authority over, they act as on behalf of the State Lands Commission in regards to waterfront properties in San Diego Bay. But last year, this bill did reach the governor's desk with no opposition, that he did want to see it more narrowly crafted, so he did veto the bill. As I said, we're taking that language into account. We've narrowed it down. Unfortunately, now the Navy, despite having removed their opposition last year, they've come back this year with some concerns. I'm not sure that we will be able to manage that, but frankly, the federal government, it is the state legislature's responsibility to protect public trust tidelands, and I understand that the Navy would like to remain in control of these lands in perpetuity, but as with other cities and other lands around the state, there has been a reversal back to the state when Department of Defense has completed their military use of the land. So we're trying to get some consistency and close a loophole that was pointed out in a federal court case where, unfortunately, land that the Navy had been using was found by a federal judge to be able to stay in perpetuity in federal control. In that case, a specific part of our state code was referenced. We are now trying to address that and ensure that the public lands will stay public trust lands for the citizens of California, as I believe was intended. So we did hold the bill over. We're still working on some of those ideas, talking with the Port District. And I do want to continue working. The Navy has been a great partner in our region. There's tremendous investments on behalf of Department of Defense throughout Southern California. And we'd rather manage them without lawsuits if we can avoid that. And that really is the purpose of bringing this bill forward. And I do have some witnesses here in support.
Very good. Let's hear from the witnesses in support.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of this committee. My name is Mario DiBernardo, and I'm here on behalf of the California State Lands Commission, conveying Commission staff support for this bill. This bill will affirm that the San Diego filled tidelands are subject to the public trust doctrine and can be used for activities such as port operations, which produce a good amount of revenue to the local government and taxes to the state. This bill doesn't prevent the Navy from using the land for military purposes, and as such, I urge your aye vote. Thank you.
Appreciate that. Next.
Jonathan Clay on behalf of the Port of San Diego. We don't have an official position on this bill this year. We were supportive of 1832 last year. As the author mentioned, this year's effort is narrowed from last year, still has the same impacts to San Diego. We're trying to act in the role of trying to bring all the parties, including the Navy, to the table to come to some sort of agreement. I take it that we'll probably maybe move to a full support as early as tomorrow of this bill. But as I said, we supported last year's efforts, and this bill is substantially the same as it relates to San Diego.
How's the mediation going?
I think the Navy at this point has decided that they want to try and protect their interests. They have some concerns about what this would do in terms of lawsuits as it relates to a project in San Diego. There is language in the bill that clearly states that the bill won't impact that project, but I think they have concerns there nonetheless. So I think I'll best leave it to them, though, to explain their position there.
All right. Anyone wish to add on as in favor of the bill? Anyone else wishing to testify in favor of the bill? If not, let's hear from the opposition. We're going to hear both sides, and then certainly you can move the bill. And I'm guessing you're representing the Department of Navy.
Yes, Madam Chair, Senators, Randall Friedman on behalf of Navy Region Southwest. We certainly appreciate all the work Assemblymember Saldana has done on this issue and other issues. We do respectfully oppose. I think the crux of the opposition and the issue is what was just discussed, and that is what is military purposes and who decides what military purposes are. If you go back even just 10 or 15 years, it was a very black and white question. I mean, we had our side of the fence. We did military things and exclusively, and that was it. That's no longer the case now, as we have a number of congressional directives that are creating this hybrid types of uses. Energy development is one example. We have Congress telling us that our installations are to become energy independent, and that requires us to partner with alternative energy providers, for example, which we are actively doing. The same is true as in housing. The same is true in life cycle development for new weapon systems. So the basic problem is there is no longer this black and white delineation between what is a military purpose and what is a non-military purpose, which might trigger that public trust. And we certainly have had discussions, but unfortunately we've been unable to come up with any clear line short of, well, if we're closing a base, then obviously that's no longer needed for military purposes. But certainly the bases in San Diego, it's the premier port for the Pacific Basin. It's a growing port. We have new ships. We have new aircraft. We have new missions coming to San Diego. We have the same amount of land and more ships and more missions coming to it. So obviously, coupled with things like alternative energy development, we have a host of efforts we have to undertake, and we do want to preserve the maximum flexibility.
Got that
Thank you.
point. Yes. I had a question for you, and then I know Senator Keogh probably has some questions for Ms. Saldana, I'd assume. So when the analysis talks about the Navy signing a 99-year lease with a private developer on these properties, that was an alternative energy developer? Or
No,
was
that was a mixed-use development. That out of that development is the developer is providing a new naval headquarters for the Southwest region. And again, that was
So mitigation, because you owned it, he was providing use.
right. And again, that was not our decision. That was a congressional directive to do that many years ago.
All right. Thank you. All right. Thank you for your testimony. Senator Kehoe, this is your neck of the woods.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this bill, it is an important attempt by Ms. Saldana to sort of sort out the sometimes conflicting property rights on these very important and valuable lands. San Diego's history with the Navy goes back generations. It is an important part of the economy and the whole San Diego vibe. Yeah. But in the case of as Mr. Friedman put it, the evolving mission of the Navy, we've got some challenges before us. The mixed-use development at the Broadway complex, which this bill specifically does not address, right. It is not an attempt to overturn that, is a mixed-use development that includes a private rate office space and retail. I don't know how many other things could be in there, even a hotel, which the city of San Diego and the port had, I think, not adequate oversight over. What this bill does is to try to. Right now, the status of these tidelands is that the state has granted them to the city of San Diego decades ago. The city has granted them to the Navy for military use. Yeah. Now we're moving beyond military use with mixed-use developments and other initiatives on the part of the Navy. Without this bill, the Navy could once again sue the port and the city for development rights and claim outright ownership of the land. And that's the key thing that Ms. Saldana is trying to settle here. And I think it's very important. And it is an effective way of doing it. I'm strongly supporting the bill, and I would urge the other members to do it too. And this is something that I think we need to look at statewide. The bill is, I forget, Ms. Saldana, is it San Diego only or statewide?
We are targeting San Diego only. San
Diego only. And I know that you've been in discussions with the Navy and with others for over a year on this, have you not, or close to it?
Yes, this is our second attempt.
Okay.
And we did get agreement last year, but the governor thought it was too broad. We got an agreement from Department of Defense. It made it to the governor's desk, but then the governor thought it was too broad. So we've narrowed the focus this year and lost our DOD.
Well, I think you're still headed in the right direction. And I know Senator Wiggins has moved the bill, but I'll be supporting the bill too.
Move the bill. All right. Would you like to close?
Well, the state ultimately has the responsibility for these public trust lands. So, again, respectful of Department of Defense and their contributions to our state. However, it is our responsibilities to manage these, and this would clarify that and avoid any other legal challenges. So, ask for your aye vote today.
Oh, very good. Yeah, it seems to me on the public trust lands, if they're being used for private, non-military purposes, it certainly falls into going back to a public trust. All right, roll call vote.
The motion is due pass. Senators Pavley?
Aye.
Pavley, aye. Cogdill? Benoit? Hollingsworth? Huff? Kehoe?
Aye.
Kehoe, aye. Leno? Padilla? Simidian? Wiggins?
Aye.
Wiggins, aye. Wolk?
3. The motion is on call. It has 3 votes. You will need 6. Thank you. Thank you for waiting. Number 6, Assembly Member Ng, AB 626, Bond Revenues, Integrated Regional Water Management. And maybe we can keep your presentation relatively short because the chair's enthusiastic about your bill.
Absolutely.
And
thank you so
not
much.
Very many members here.
Okay,
so.
Well, I will speed this up, and thank you very much. It's an honor to be here, and thank you for your enthusiasm of being here at this late hour. This bill will provide, and no pun intended, cleanup language to SB 1XX, Senator Parada's 2008 bill, by clarifying that no less than 10% of the appropriated funds from Prop 84 be proportionately distributed across the regions to disadvantaged communities. SB 1XX required that no less than 10% of the $139 million appropriated for the integrated regional water management plan be used to fund projects to provide direct benefits to disadvantaged communities. It is my sponsor's understanding, however, that the Department of Water Resources will not distribute these funds by each hydrologic region. AB 626 will ensure that disadvantaged communities in every region of the state have access to this funding program. I have my sponsors here to testify in support. Respectfully ask for an aye vote.
Good afternoon. My name is Debbie Davis with the Environmental Justice Coalition for Water, and I'll keep it very brief and just say that this will provide equity for disadvantaged communities around the state.
Martha Guzman, California Rural Legal Assistance Foundation. It'll help us get a seat at the table.
Thank you, Martha. Anyone else? Just your name, and if you support the bill, please.
Sandra Mraz from Tulare County, Alpa, California, Committee for Better Alpa. I support this 626 bill.
Yep.
I'm Patricia Smith from Alpa, and I definitely support this bill.
Lucy Hernandez from West Goshen, and I do support this bill.
I am Vanessa Rodriguez, and I support this bill.
Horacio Mezquita from San Gerardo Community in Salinas, California, and I support the bill.
Thank you. Gracias.
Mi nombre es Juliana García de Alpa, California. Yo paso este bill.
Maria Magaña from Tulare County, and I support this bill.
Becky Quintana from Tulare County, and I support this bill. Thank you.
Once again, Michelle Hunter from Alpa, and I support this bill. Thank you.
Stephanie Hall with Planning and Conservation League, and we support this bill.
Lori Chen on behalf of Clean Water Action and support.
I'm from Porterville, Central Valley. I support this bill.
Grant Trina Davis with National Network in Action, and I support the bill.
Hi, I'm Oscar Nunez. Support the bill.
How old are you?
11.
11 years old. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Adeline Villicana, Central Valley. I support the bill.
John Mendoza from Central Valley. I support the bill.
Marta Alvarez and from Alpa, and I support this bill.
Thank you.
Maria Herrera from Sultana, and I support this bill.
Sandra García de la comunidad de Poplar y soporto el bill.
Sandra Garcia from Community of Poplar, and she supports this bill.
My name is Max Miguens, and I support the bill.
My name is Edgar Sanchez, and I support the bill.
My name is Veronica Mendoza. I'm from Cutler, and I support the bill.
I'm Miriam Sanchez from East Dorsey, and I support the bill.
Susana Dianda with Community Water Center. I support the bill.
Cynthia Moreno with the Community Water Center, and I support the bill.
My name is Ponce Ochoa. I come to Parapa and support for the bill.
Good.
My name is Mason Gallegos, and I support the bill.
And are you 11 years old also?
Huh?
How old?
I'm 12.
12. Very good. Thank you for coming. It's summer school time, so we're probably off for the summer. That's okay.
Mi nombre es Patricia González. Soy de Alpa y venimos a apoyar el bill.
She supports the bill from Alpa.
Yeah.
Mi nombre es Reina Matías. Support the bill.
My name is Martin Cuevas from Tulare County. I support the bill.
I'm Freddie Morales from Alpa. I support the bill.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to support the bill? Nice lineup of support. Assemblymember Ng. Any opposition to the bill? Seeing and hearing none, is there a motion on file item 6? And that would be a due pass to appropriations, Senator Kehoe.
As you say, Madam Chair.
Roll call.
Senators Pavley?
Aye.
Pavley, aye. Cogdill? Benoit? Hollingsworth, Huff. Huff, no. Kehoe. Kehoe, aye. Leno. Padilla. Padilla, aye. Semidian. Wiggins. Wiggins, aye. Wolk.
We have 4 votes. It is on call.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members.
Assemblymember Berryhill's next, unless Ms. Fuller, you would like to try to talk him out of it because he has 2 bills and you have 1. No, right beside you.
I'll be really short. Thank you. Thank you, Tom.
File item 14. I thought I'd give you a chance.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair and members. First, I would just like to say that I am happy to accept the committee's suggested amendments as the author's amendments. To that effect, AB 1253 will require the CalFed Science Program to conduct an independent scientific review of existing literature and studies related to fish predation in the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta to determine how significant the impact of predation is on threatened and endangered species and to recommend what steps might be taken to reduce its effect. There are some competing views. And I'm going to skip down to Jack Gualco is here to testify on behalf of the Modesto Irrigation District, along with Kathy Cold from the Metropolitan Water District, and both are co-sponsors of the bill.
Great. Okay.
Jean Fuller.
Assemblymember Fuller.
AB 1253.
File item 14, Senator Wiggins, 14. We skipped around a little bit. Sorry about that. Mr. Gualco, are you up first?
Yes, Madam Chair. Jack Gualco with the Gualco Group on behalf of the Modesto Irrigation District, as Dr. Fuller indicated, one of the co-sponsors of the bill. Clearly, the data show that there are a number of stressors in the Delta, and we felt that the predation issue has received lots of scientific attention over the years, but there are still differences of opinion about the real effects in the Delta. And so we thought, notwithstanding Dr. Fuller's early attempts to move more aggressively in this area, that to stop and take a look at what the science will tell us and to come up with recommendations as the committee staff is recommending makes ideal sense. And so we respectfully request an aye vote.
Yes.
Kathy Cole with the Metropolitan Water District of Southern California. Metropolitan supports a holistic approach to addressing all the stressors in the Bay Delta ecosystem, and that's the only way really to address a comprehensive solution that's successful. Addressing the predation by non-native striped bass on endangered species such as salmon is an important element to a broader solution. Investments in the ecosystem and water system will not succeed without a balanced management approach that recognizes that non-native predation of the Delta, one of the most invaded estuaries in the world, must be addressed. We urge your aye vote. And with me today is Byron Buck, who works on behalf of Metropolitan, who's here to answer any technical questions for you.
All right. Anyone else wishing to testify in support? Got about 5 authors lined up here. I'm just going to let you know I have to do Mr. Berryhill next, and then we'll go back to file order unless some agreement's been made with someone chairing a committee around here. All right.
Jonathan Clay on behalf of the San Diego County Water Authority in support.
All right.
Madam Chair, members, Glenn Farrell with the Friant Water Authority in support.
Any opposition? Seeing and hearing none. Is there a motion? Is it? It's the motion would be do pass as amended to appropriations. Any close?
It has broad bipartisan support, and I ask for your support.
Thank you.
Senators Pavley?
Aye.
Pavley, aye. Cogdill? Benoit? Hollingsworth? Huff? Huff, aye. Kehoe? Kehoe, aye. Leno? Padilla? Padilla, aye. Semidian? Wiggins? Wiggins, aye. Wolk?
Okay, you have 5 votes, and you need 1 more. Mr. Berryhill, Assemblymember Berryhill, do you want to go ahead? There's a lot of people waiting, and
Thank you, Madam Chair. We'll try to be brief here. We got a couple good bills, a common sense
This
bills.
would be file item number 9, Assembly Bill 979, hunting or fishing local regulation.
Madam Chair, could we do 1423 first? This bill is a revenue enhancement bill that I think is a little bit easier bill, a little bit less complicated if we could.
That would be file item 16.
I believe so. Yeah.
That's fine with me. Anyone have a problem with that? We'll do file item 16, 1423. Says this is the easier bill, which I think you're right on that analysis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, members, this bill updates existing law to provide several revenue enhancements for the development of fish and game. First are changes made to the successful SHARE program, which will help California compete for federal funds. The SHARE program is designed to support voluntary state-run programs that provide incentives to private landowners who allow public access for a diverse number of wildlife activities. This bill also clarifies commercial hunting club license requirements and establishes a new license fee structure. The added clarity on license requirements, which is important here, will aid the Department of Fish and Game in the future management and enforcement of this program. Lastly, it does allow for the discretion to increase penalties for willfully interfering with hunting and fishing activities. And as noted in the committee analysis, members, there is a suggested amendment that I will be glad to accept.
Okay, that was the question.
And I do ask for your aye vote, absolutely.
Very good. Thank you for being succinct.
I do have Jason Ryan with me with the California Outdoor Heritage Alliance that can answer any questions.
Very good. Did you?
Yes, Madam Chair, Jason Ryan. Very, very brief. California Outdoor Heritage Alliance, we're the sponsors of this measure. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. One quick thing regarding the SHARE program, this would free up California to compete for $50 million over the next 4 years for implementation of the program, or the full implementation of the program. It is unique in that our program is the only one in the country that allows all sorts of wildlife-dependent recreational activities. So those that are birders would have access to these properties if the landowner so chooses, or if you're a hiker or what have you. So it's a very good program. It's been very successful, and we ask for your aye vote.
All righty. Shared Habitat Alliance program. Any questions I should ask in the audience, first of all, anyone wishing to testify in support of this measure? People testify.
Madam Chairman, my name is Jim Waters. I'm a member of the Board of Directors of the Suisun Resource Conservation District. I'm 61 years old, and I urge your support.
Because you're 61 years old?
Well, do we have...
I asked the children.
What did we do with the first
you
bill?
You didn't have to announce your age when you testified.
What did we do with AB 69979?
We're going back to that.
We're going back?
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Okay, so we have one 61-year-old here in favor of it. Anyone opposing this bill? All right, is there a motion? Oh, opposite, sorry. Over here by Senator Kehoe, or sitting right there would be good.
Virginia Hanley, representing PAWPAC, and we're in opposition to some things in this bill. We actually see of it lowering the fees for the commercial hunting clubs, which I believe Mr. Berryhill has such a club himself, which I wonder if it's appropriate to put in bills that one profits from themselves. We very much oppose removing the requirement for there being sufficient interest in the SHARE program. That program really has not been, I don't think that it's really much in effect now, and we've been very disturbed from the very beginning that the only participants in the program is for hunting. We don't see hikers, bird watchers, and although we've been assured that that is not meant to be the case, that is exactly the case. And so we oppose this bill.
All right.
Thank you.
Anyone else wish to testify opposing this bill? There was a motion. If you, Assemblymember Berryhill, could perhaps respond to the opposition's issues in your close.
Sure. It is true that we my brother and I do have a registered hunting club. And what this thing does do is that if people have adjacent lands, all of a sudden they get double dipped. And what this keeps keeps people from doing, if they want to enhance wildlife, if they want to enhance conditions for waterfowl and upland game, this bill allows that to happen, and more people will get in this program if they're not hit for, this cost us $350, $370 a year, which we're glad to pay. But what this bill does do to a lot of different folks is it hits them a couple, 3 times if they have different areas in it. This will allow more people to get into this program. It will enhance revenue, and I think this is a good bill. I urge your aye vote.
All right. Any questions by committee members? If not, I'm going to be supporting this today, but I would like to have staff at some point in time, and just because perhaps it hasn't come to my attention before, whether it's all right to be carrying a bill that affects your personal, I mean, that happens all the time. So that'll be something perhaps as it moves forward to the next committee that could be looked into. All right. Roll call.
The motion is due pass as amended to appropriations. Senators Pavley?
Aye.
Pavley, aye. Cogdill? Benoit? Hollingsworth? Huff? Huff, aye. Kehoe? Aye. Kehoe, aye. Leno? Padilla? Aye. Padilla, aye. Semidian? Wiggins? Aye. Wiggins, aye. Welk?
You have 5 votes. You need 1 more to get it out of committee. But we're going to move on to back to file item 9, AB 979, hunting or fishing local regulation.
Yeah, this is 979, Senator. Okay, Madam Chair, yeah, this is a bill that was brought in front of this committee last year. We had a lot of bipartisan support. It's really more flexible and a better bill this year, quite frankly, than it was last year, but let me tell you about it. I would like to start by accepting the suggested amendments as we did in the last bill. In the analysis, I appreciate the work for the chair's staff in refining this measure. I know you worked really hard on that, and we appreciate all your work. This is a reintroduction of my bill from last session, as I mentioned, and passed out of this committee, and really, members, simply put, will clarify the state's authority over the taking of fish and game. However, we have made significant changes to the bill since last year in order to provide maximum flexibility when balancing public safety and wildlife, and that's an important part of the change this year. Specifically, and this is important, the bill recognizes the ability of local ordinances to indirectly impact fish and game matters for legitimate public health or safety purposes. And this is part of the bill that we worked through a lot. I think it's a good change to it, and I think it makes it a better bill. But this enacts what the legislature has intended and what the California Supreme Court has ruled, so that future fish and game decisions are based on the best available science and biological data. In addition, I can tell you that the prime motivation for landowners in California to conserve wildlife habitat, and as mentioned before, I am certainly one of those, such as wetlands, is the ability to hunt and or fish. By ensuring that individuals can continue to exercise that right, AB 979 will facilitate continued habitat restoration and enhancement efforts throughout California. And at the end of the day, members, hunters, conservationists, landowners, and public agencies alike can benefit from the needed clarity in law that this bill, in fact, will provide. And most importantly, California's wildlife resources stand to benefit absolutely by this bill passing. It is supported by the California Fish and Game Wardens Association, the California Fish and Game Commission, and numerous wildlife conservation organizations. I respectfully request an aye vote.
All right. Thank you for your presentation.
I got Mark Hanley here with me, also with the Heritage Alliance.
We're going to hear from 2 of your supporters.
Great.
So who's up?
Hi, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Mark Henley with the California Outdoor Heritage Alliance. We are the sponsors of the bill. AB 979 would help ensure a comprehensive science-based administration of our fish and game rules. It's touched by Assemblymember Berryhill. It's based on a California Supreme Court decision and related Attorney General's opinions, and clarifies that it's the Fish and Game Commission's primary responsibility, not local cities and counties, to regulate hunting and fishing activities. We believe that the measure would not only benefit fish and wildlife resources by helping to ensure that their populations are managed from a statewide perspective, but also help ensure greater compliance with our fish and game rules. So we urge your support. Thank you.
Even if there was a strong local contingent in one local community, because of the Supreme Court Attorney General's decision, it is now a statewide.
Yeah, we would see this bill mostly as clarifying, and when this issue has come up at the local level, a lot of the cities and counties have said, hey, we don't have a whole lot of legal guidance on this. The Attorney General's opinions are really obscure, and it would be helpful to have something in the code.
The Attorney General, though.
Yeah.
Right.
So it's just to provide clarification in law, basically a legal guide.
Okay. Other witnesses in support?
Madam Chairman, Jim Waters, member of the Board of Directors of the Suisun Resource Conservation District, also in support.
Thank you.
Chuck Mills with the California Council of Land Trusts, also in strong support.
Okay. Any other people in support?
Madam Chair, before you call for the opposition, Ralph Hine from the Mid-Peninsula Regional Open Space District. We're neutral on the bill. We're the requester of the author's amendment cited in your analysis, and would respectfully request that the bill move with that analysis.
All right. The amendments took care of that issue. Anyone opposed to the bill? We're waiting for Virginia to testify. Welcome again.
Hello, Virginia Handley with PAWPAC, and we are opposed to this bill, and I think it's a terrible precedent all the way around of taking away local control from the land in their jurisdiction. We wouldn't have passed AB 32 through this legislature if this philosophy were enacted, that just historically the states can be more restrictive than the feds, counties more restrictive than the states, cities more restrictive than the counties. That's the way it's been successful, and I think it's very good. And I see this bill as really just blatantly a power grab, because the hunting interests know they have more power on the state level. And with the Fish and Game Commission, every single Fish and Game Commissioner is a hunter, including the staff. We have 99% of the public does not hunt. They are not represented. So we think it's a dangerous precedent for a lot of different issues. I don't think it's going to relieve any confusion, because already the hunting regulations, they're already divided up in different parts of the state. You have different quotas. This is not going to relieve any confusion. And to say that it's all science-based, there's not one scientist on the Fish and Game Commission. Also, very importantly, we want it to be absolutely clear that this does not interfere with existing Fish and Game Code 458, 459 about the locals being able to veto an antlerless deer hunt. This affects 37 counties that are supposed to be notified of antlerless deer hunt, and that they have the power to veto that, and it should be made absolutely clear that this does not in any way interfere with that.
My staff is muttering that it does not, but I'm going to have my lawyer here. Bill, if you'd mind just explain that, because I had to look carefully at that, the California Supreme Court decision. We've been preempted by it since the 1920s, and what we're doing today, whether it codifies, so both those points and the deer.
Okay. Turn the mic on.
That would be good. I'm a teacher. He's a lawyer.
My read is that this codifies the Supreme Court decision from the mid-1920s, which was followed by a couple of Attorney General's opinions. And I also read Section 1021C1 as codifying the existing provisions in state law that give local governments authority in setting hunting seasons, including, in particular, the antlerless deer provision. So I think that's covered.
It's not clear.
There's disagreement there.
And I know there's been efforts to try to remove that.
All right.
A lot of hunters don't like that.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Anyone else here today wishing to testify in opposition? Thank you, Mr. Craven, for allowing me to put you on the spot to clarify legally your interpretation. Senator Wiggins, did you have a comment? You had moved the bill, is that correct? All right. Any other questions or comments? Roll call vote. Oh, would you like to close or you?
No, you know, I'd like to ask for an aye vote, obviously, but I will say that this bill, at the end of the day, absolutely will create more opportunity for open lands, for migrating waterfowl, for endangered species, for all the above. And all we ask is that that when these measures are passed, is that we simply ask the Fish and Game for their guidance in doing so. So I urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Roll call.
The motion is due pass as amended to appropriations. Senators Pavley?
Aye.
Pavley, aye. Cogdill? Benoit?
Aye.
Benoit, aye. Hollingsworth? Huff? Huff, aye. Kehoe? Leno? Padilla? Padilla, aye. Simidian? Wiggins? Wiggins, aye. Wolk?
All right, you have 5 votes. You'll need 6 to get it out. We'll put it on call.
Okay.
Next up
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Mr. De Leon, you're next. I don't know if Mr. Fuentes is still chairing a hearing or not. You're good? Are you still chairing a hearing? You're not. So here we go. And this would be file item 8, Assembly Bill 900. I'm supportive of your bill, Mr. De Leon, so brevity is always appreciated.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I respectfully ask for your aye vote. Is that simple?
Little longer than
A little longer than? I'll give you. I'll give you the longer
with the
version.
amendments.
Okay. Amendments.
No amendments, just checking.
Okay.
There are 2, aren't there not? On page 3. There are 2 amendments.
Little technical ones. I'll just be very brief. Thank you for the opportunity to present AB 900, which would require the monitoring of water diversions in the Delta. According to the Delta Vision Blue Ribbon Task Force, an estimated 5% of fresh water flows from the Delta watershed is diverted by farmers within the Delta each year. To put that in context, the entire Southern California economy takes approximately 4% of water flows from the Delta every year. In Delta, diverters, which number between 1,800 and 2,200, are using more water, and let me emphasize, more water from the Delta than the 18 million people living in Southern California. Currently, in Delta, water diversions are the only diversions in the Delta watershed that are exempt from measurement and reporting. Management of the water for the economy or environment cannot be accomplished effectively until diversions and usages of water are in fact measured. If we don't have, we must have the empirical data. Here to testify in support and to answer any questions you may have is Kathy Cole with the Metropolitan Water District of Southern California. Madam Chair, members, I respectfully ask for your aye vote. Thank you.
Okay, so you 2 speakers, 2 minutes each.
Hi, Madam Chair, members of the committee, Kathy Cole again with the Metropolitan Water District. AB 900 does raise a fundamental question as to whether water uses in the Delta should be measured and whether the state board should have complete information about the use of the water in the Delta. We believe that this bill will provide a baseline of information to evaluate the impacts that all diversions are having in the Delta. We urge your aye vote. And with me is Byron Buck, who can help answer technical questions, in particular the amendments that were raised in the analysis.
Okay, good.
Madam Chair, members, Jack Gualco with the Gualco Group on behalf of the Kern County Water Agency and the co-sponsor of the bill, the Modesto Irrigation District, and Ms. Cole said it all along with the author. We respectfully request an aye vote.
Right. And let's use this microphone over here just to add on me too, your name and affiliation, and whether you support this measure.
Madam Chair, Whitney Henderson with the Association of California Water Agencies, support.
Very good.
Madam Chair, members, Glenn Farrell with the Friant Water Authority in support.
Anyone else wishing to testify in support of this measure? Any opposition? Questions by members? This bill has been moved. I had a question for Mr. De Leon, just out of curiosity here, why this bill is just limited to the Delta diversions. I know it's a huge problem in the Delta, and your statistics are right, and the amount of diversions from the Delta is relatively huge, especially compared to how much we export all the way down to Southern California. So diversions are a problem everywhere, and you focused on the Delta because he focused on it.
These are technical experts.
The bill closes the loophole on the exemption for the Delta. The current law does require everyone else to report. It does do a few other things in terms of tightening up the reporting process. So it basically makes it uniform and it applies to everyone, and now there would be consequences for not reporting for everyone. So it is more comprehensive in that sense.
Okay, so it closes the loophole. That's what I needed. Thank you.
And actually, on the second request about the 10 gallons per minute, that was actually an amendment that your counterpart in the Assembly, Assemblymember Huffman, urged us to make to the bill when the bill was on the Assembly side.
Okay.
Madam Chair, let me add something just for clarification purposes. With regards to the amendments, we haven't seen any amendments, and I don't believe any amendments have been offered to us.
It's in the analysis, page 3, file item 3.
So the proposal is to leave the measurement blank.
We'll work with Mr. Huffman and the author to come up with a number. Yes, it has.
Just a bit of clarification for the committee that Senator Huffman wanted, or Assemblyman Huffman wanted an exemption for small in-delta diverters. That 10 GPM is basically equivalent of 1 acre of irrigation, 2 if it were a low water use crop. The number is not magic. It is small.
Okay.
We would agree with your analysis.
That's the point. You want a small number where it's incidental.
It's very small.
I'm fine with that. Yeah. You know, those who are the mom and pops there who got a water hose.
We'll come up with something everyone can live in. It's supposed
That's
to be
perfectly
just
fine. Just some of the original language that was proposed last time, 75% of the water diverters would have gotten off the hook, and I want to make sure that that's not the case with this language.
Right.
Okay. There is a motion. And would you like, was that a close, or would you like
that
to
was a
add
close,
to
Madam Chair, yes.
It would be to do pass as amended to appropriations.
Senators Pavley?
Aye.
Pavley, aye. Cogdill? Benoit? Aye. Benoit, aye. Hollingsworth? Huff? Huff, aye. Kehoe? Aye. Kehoe, aye. Leno? Padilla? Aye. Padilla, aye. Simidian? Wiggins? Aye. Wiggins, aye. Welk?
You have 6 votes. It's officially out of committee, but we'll leave it on call for members.
Thank you, Madam
to add
Chair.
on.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very
members.
much.
Thank you.
Yes. For today, that's excellent. Is Mr. Mendoza not here? Okay, Mr. Fuentes. Sorry to make you wait so long.
It's quite all right.
This is file item 12, members. Assembly Bill 1115, Natural Resources on Outdoor Recreation, file item 12 again. Welcome.
Thank you, Chairwoman Pavley. This bill would update an antiquated section of the Public Resources Code to permit all of the state's conservancies to be eligible for specific federal funding. This section of public law was originally written in the 1960s in order for California to take advantage of the newly enacted Land and Water Conservation Fund Act of 1965. At that time, legislators allowed the State Coastal Conservancy to be eligible for competitive grants from a contingency fund. The Coastal Conservancy was the only state conservancy in existence at that time. Today, California has 9 conservancies throughout the state. These agencies serve, as you know, an important natural resources role that have become essential to local and regional partners who wish to pursue and promote environmentally friendly projects. This bill is a simple change, proposes a simple change that can make a major impact on how many of the conservancies can receive some of the federal monies. It would open the entire 40% of the federal land and water conservation fund allocated to the state to competitive bidding by all state agencies, including all of the 9 conservancies. And by the way, we agree with the analysis of that competitive bidding and how that would be very helpful. This bill is supported by the Mountains Recreation Conservation Authority, Alpine Group, the Sierra Club, and many, many others. We have today in attendance Reed Addis of the Mountains Recreation Conservation Authority here to testify on behalf of the bill. Thank you, and I ask for your aye vote.
Thank you very much. From the MRCA, welcome.
Thank you, Chair and members. Reed Addis from the MRCA, here in strong support of the measure. We agree with the author's assessment of what the bill does. And from our perspective, the 2 most valuable components of the bill is it allows organizations throughout the state to have access to funds that they didn't have access to before. And probably most importantly, we suspect that over the years, the federal government will actually provide more funding through this program. Therefore, more funding will come to the state and be available to more entities. So thank you very much.
We like that part of it. Mr. Fuentes, I had a quick question for you. There was a suggested amendment. We figured it was inadvertent that boating and waterways was left out. Is it okay to put it back in?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Philip Ong on behalf of the California Association of Local Conservation Corps and the Nature Conservancy in support. We'd also like to concur with Mr. Addis's comment that we do expect more funds from the federal level. The Obama administration has requested from Congress $420 million in this current budget, with increases annually up to $900 million by 2014, half of which would be eligible for state funding. And California traditionally has received around 10% of the state assistance. So,
which would be about right, population-wise.
Yeah. And so we're looking at about $40 million by 2014. Okay. So we think it's a great bill to prepare the state.
Great bill. Other people in support?
Sierra Club, California, Michael Endicott in support. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in support? We're dwindling in numbers here. Anyone opposed to this bill? Questions? Senator Benoit.
Thank you. One of the concerns that I perceive, and that otherwise looks like a pretty good bill, the Department of Parks and Recreation becomes somewhat the arbitrator of where these grants are approved and who gets the grants, right?
That's right. I think the analysis addresses that. I mean, there is a bit of a rub here that we've got the same department who would, in theory, be competing for these grants, actually administering them. So I'm open to any suggestions that staff or you have in terms of how to address that.
Well, I don't necessarily have a suggestion because you need to worry about how you wanted to fix that. But it is a concern for me that since they were one of the largest recipients, potentially could continue to be the largest recipient, it would seem like some form of an arbitrator making the decision of who gets it, other than one of those involved parties, would be more appropriate.
Yeah, I'll let Mr. Addis also address that. I guess, fortunately, unfortunately, it's not an unprecedented situation. This actually has happened in other areas, I'm told. Exactly where, I'm not sure if Mr. Addis knows exactly where, but I'm told that has happened as well.
Yes, Reed Addis on behalf of MRCA. 2 points I'd like to make is, though not an expert on all the various state programs, we do know of several water programs. Also, DPR has other programs as well, where it's a state agency providing grants to other state agencies that compete. More specific to your point, from our perspective, while we understand the issue you're raising about DPR administering this program, currently they administer the program. So we actually don't see a large change, except that we're making the program a competitive program. So they currently are actually administering this program. They would continue to do so, yes, in a competitive manner, though.
One potential option would be, after DPR has this particular thing, is set aside a task force. We did that on bond measures with the Clean Beaches Task Force with DWR, in that there was sort of an independent review made up of people from around the state prioritizing and making recommendations on the grants. But I'm sure Department of DPR can do a good job on this, but they may want some public input somehow.
Very good. We're open to that.
Make it seem fair
That's right.
to everyone. Okay. Anyone else have comments? If not, a motion would be in order. I don't believe I heard a motion by someone on this committee. Oh, we've got one over here, too. Okay. Close, Mr. Fuentes?
Ask for your aye vote. Thank you.
Okay. The motion would be to do pass as amended to approach.
Senators Pavley?
Aye.
Pavley, aye. Cogdill? Benoit? Hollingsworth? Huff? Huff, no. Kehoe? Aye. Kehoe, aye. Leno? Padilla? Aye. Padilla, aye. Semidian? Wiggins? Wiggins, aye. Wolk?
It has 4 votes. It is on call.
Great,
Thank you very much. Thank you for waiting so long. Oh, we see Mr. Mendoza. If you would call Mr. Nava, we just have the resolution left before us. Everything else is on call, on consent, or pulled. So we're at file item number 11, AB 1066, Forest Practices and THPs.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I'm here to present AB 1064. First, 1066. First, I would like to begin by saying that I would like to that we agreed to accept all the suggested amendments in the committee analysis as amended today.
There's a long list, members, on page 3 of the amendments.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As amended today, this bill will retain the 3-year period for the timber harvest plans. Based on the amendments, THPs approved in 2010, 2011 are eligible for 2-year extensions. Additionally, THPs are expired in 2008 and 2009 will be eligible for 4-year, 1-year extensions. The timber industry in California is struggling, and given the current economic climate, it is especially important that we consider policies in this legislature that will encourage job growth. AB 1066 will provide more efficiency on the THP process and will help keep people working in our state. This bill is sponsored by the Forest Products Industry National Labor Management Committee and also the California Forestry Association. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right. Appreciate you taking those amendments. You have people speaking in favor of the bill. 2 minutes, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Anthony Thomas, representing the California Forestry Association. We are one of the co-sponsors and urge certainly your support of the bill today. I'm just going to make 2 points about the bill, Madam Chair and members, and be short and brief as possible given the extended amount of time. I want to talk about what the bill is and what the bill isn't. The bill is an extension of a permit to harvest trees on private forest lands in the state of California. The bill has been significantly amended from its original request of making timber harvest plans 10 years down to 5 years and now down to 3 years with 2-year extensions. The bill assists large but especially our small landowners via a minor adjustment to Public Resources Code 4590. What we also believe what the bill is a financial savings to the state, meaning if there are less plans submitted, it means that less plans are reviewed, meaning that the reviews by the state, less dollars to review those plans out of the general fund. The bill did pass out of 2 committees in the Assembly with no votes, and off the Assembly floor with 1 vote shy of a 2/3 majority. We have been in discussions with committee staff and have come to agreement on the amendments to the bill that we believe assist the state, the environment, as well as landowners. What the bill isn't, it is not a long-term watershed planning measure. We are working with committee as well as leadership staff on this very issue and hope to produce something in the near future. This bill is not one that addresses and in no way reduces environmental or forest practice regulations. There has been no evidence provided of how 1066 destroys, harms, or disrupts the environment by extending the timber harvest plans by 24 months. As I close, I would humbly request that you please keep in mind that we have California timber companies whose timber harvest plans will be expiring soon and have them to be required to prepare another at $30,000 to $45,000 each. is just too much given today's economic situation. The cost of preparing 2 timber harvest plans is equivalent to 1 worker. So if industry can begin to submit less plans over the agreed amount of time, we can begin to put back some of those 1,000 workers who have been laid off. As many of you know, this has not been updated since 1973. No one does short-term planning any longer in our state, especially the timber harvest, especially the timber industry, not local government, not state government. So we would urge and ask for your aye vote.
Madam Chair and members, Duncan McFetters representing the Labor Management Committee on the Forest Products Industry. It's a labor management committee. We represent the carpenters and the machinists, paper and pulp workers in the industry. This has been an industry that has been decimated by job losses in the last 10 years. This bill is a very modest attempt to provide relief for the industry to manage their timber harvest plans given the state of the economy. What we have right now is we have historically low timber prices combined with a depression in the housing market, as we all know, and this has led to basically folks having no market for their timber. And so this provides that type of relief for them. I wanted to thank your committee staff for working closely with us to develop this amendment strategy, and we urge the committee to support the bill.
I know you spent a lot of time on this.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, people wishing to testify in support of the measure, you can line up by Senator Kehoe's microphone, name and affiliation.
Noel Kramers, the California Farm Bureau Federation, also in support.
Cindy Hillary, Regional Council of Rural Counties, in strong support. And I just wanted to add, in addition to the economic benefits, the fire prevention benefits are also there. Thank you.
Valerie Nero for the California Chamber of Commerce, also in support.
Mark Palicki, Sierra Pacific Industries. We worked with committee staff and urge you to move the bill forward. Thank you.
I'm Bill Kime, a forester, and I'm here representing California Licensed Foresters Association. Strong support.
Eric Carlson, Associated California Loggers. Strong support. Please help us.
Kirk Bone, President, El Dorado County Chamber of Commerce. Support the bill.
Bill Draper, registered professional forester and representative of the El Dorado County Agricultural Commission, and we support the bill.
Tina McCausland, President of the Lincoln Area Chamber of Commerce, representing 350 members, of which our largest private employer is a sawmill.
Laurel Brent-Bum, Sustainable Forest Action Coalition. We strongly urge you to support the bill. We recognize the compromise from the original request and look forward to working with you on the 20-year plan in the future. Thank you.
Ron Grassi, Assistant Chief Administrative Officer for the County of El Dorado, in strong support. This may help put some people back to work. Thank you.
Mark Timmerman, Green Diamond Resource Company, strong support.
My name is Ray Nutting. I'm here in 2 capacities. 1, as a member of the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors. 2, 4th-generation timberman. All my friends are unemployed. It's the bleakest I've seen it in our county in its history. I urge your support.
People here wishing to testify in opposition, 2 people 2 minutes each, and everyone else will be lined up at the microphone. Who are the 2 primary opponents? Mr. Bright and
Mrs. Pavley.
Yes.
Senator Pavley and members of the committee. I'm Luke Bright, representing Forest Forever. And I prepared some remarks about this bill today, but I want to respond to a couple of comments that were made. First of all, it's not a permit. It's a functional equivalent of CEQA, which means that you are supposed to prepare a timber harvest plan taking into account many, many aspects of what can happen on that land. And over the years, that has diminished and declined. And less and less of the on-site survey takes place now. So we have problems with the timber harvest plan as it exists. We don't think it fully represents all the things that people need to know about what's going on with the timber. We oppose it on that ground. Second of all, it's very important to note there are many economic problems in the state, and many people are out of work. And there is always a reaction to that of reducing environmental regulations. If we if we don't have clean gas, we can save money. If we don't have clean air, we can save money. I don't think this is the right determination to make policy about what happens in the forests of our state are concerned. So for those reasons, I oppose it, and I represent a number of people who do oppose it. Finally, let me just say that we are not opposed to the idea of greater planning and longer-term planning in the forest industry. What we are opposed to is the same process that is already not working being extended for a number of years. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Michael Endicott on behalf of Sierra Club California. We appreciate the efforts of the committee staff and the chair to try and work out some amendments that could remove our opposition along with the author. Unfortunately, I think we still have to oppose the measure. We feel for probably two primary reasons. While we're totally sympathetic and agree to an extension for those timber harvest plans that are already in existence and that have been prepared, we could support that. But to extend future timber harvest plans that won't even be submitted until 2010, that seems to go too far, because the landowner or the timber harvester can see right now and make a decision as to whether he wants to put in that timber harvest plan and start the clock running. In 2009, maybe they've already been doing the work before they really got hit with the economic news that was happening, but that's one of the problems that we still see remaining in the bill. And then the other one, while we also appreciate, and I think it is important because we have these shortcomings on the cumulative impacts before those extensions are granted, there's no requirement that a survey actually be done for endangered species, either the new species having moved in or that species that are in the area have moved into the area contemplated for the extended timber harvest plan. So those are two things that still would cause our Sierra Club California and our members great concern. Thank you very much.
Other people testifying opposing this measure?
Vern Gehring, representing the 10,000 members of the California Native Plant Society. We will retain our opposition also. Thank you.
The amendments didn't do it for you then. Senator Benoit, you had...
Yes, I want to thank the author for bringing forward an important piece of legislation. I would like to say that I think that the original idea of the 10-year plan was the right idea, and I hope that you'll continue on that path. Obviously, you have made extremely important compromises along the way to get the bill to this point, and although it moves the ball forward a little bit, it doesn't go nearly as far as I think we would agree it should. What opposition was removed by you taking those amendments? I mean, there's a list here. Did anybody see this as enough on that list?
As far as I know, I don't think any opposition was removed by the amendments. Okay. I think it did help for some of the committee members to come, so which is, you know.
It was going nowhere.
Yes.
Point made. Thank you very much.
Senator Wiggins, did you have your hand up?
Yes. I appreciate the amendments being proposed today by the chair, but I still must vote no, because the bill is allowing for timber harvest plans extensions, which will not even be submitted until 2010, and it is just too broad. So I understand that the economic showdown is making it harder in the timber industry. That is why I support allowing for extra extensions to existing timber harvest plans. If we're going to lengthen future timber harvest plans, it needs to be part of a reform effort that also improves the whole THP process so that the cumulative impacts of timber harvesting are properly analyzed and fully mitigated in the state of our fisheries and our drinking water supplies demand on that. So thank you.
Which one is this? Okay. Your comments are duly noted, and if you would like to close, Assemblymember Mendoza, perhaps you could respond to Senator Wiggins' comments. And I think one of the amendments added a sunset for some of the subdivisions, and that might be relevant.
That's correct. The sunset does, in a couple of years, this bill will obviously be sunsetted and will no longer be in effect. And it does help with some of the current situation. But again, I know that some of the concerns that are brought up as far as why are we extending it out to the future plans? I think the future plans need to be ready for in case the economy begins to improve. We need to be ready to act quickly, and you never know if there'll be another downturn quickly soon after. So we have to be prepared for that. The one concern was raised about less on-site surveys, and again, this bill does require CAL FIRE to confirm that no new listed species have appeared in the plan, and also that there's no significant physical changes that have occurred on the land. So those protections are still in the bill, and those protections still exist for our plan. So
increased erosion problems that affect salmon and other things.
Everything will be.
The bottom of page 2 has some protections in it in the bill.
Yes.
Other comments? Is there a motion? Move as amended. I appreciate your flexibility. This was sort of a bill that I was not going to support at all. I think Mr. Craven did a pretty good job. I appreciate the problems with the economy on the 3 years. The only concern, and I think has been expressed, is some of the out years with the possibility of extension of two-year periods that gets us past the economy. May need to be revisited, but let's see how it goes. I will be supporting this today.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
The motion is due pass as amended to appropriations. Senators Pavley?
Aye.
Pavley, aye. Cogdill, Benoit? Aye. Benoit, aye. Hollingsworth? Huff? Aye. Huff, aye. Kehoe? Aye. Kehoe, aye. Leno? Padilla? Aye. Padilla, aye. Semidian? Wiggins?
No. Oh. No. You didn't. You're a no because you didn't like the amendment.
Wiggins, no. Wolk?
It has 5 votes. You'll need one more.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam.
And last but not least, Assemblymember Nava, you have a resolution. A non-controversial resolution.
Non-controversial.
But may I say it's a resolution?
That's correct.
File item 18, and you're the last one up today, so I don't know, brevity may suit you.
Absolutely. Madam Chair and Senators, I'm pleased to present AJR 3 having to do with oil drilling on the outer continental shelf. Many of you know 40 years ago there were millions of gallons of oil fouled the shores around Santa Barbara. It was the largest oil spill in American history at the time. It was unfortunately surpassed 20 years later when the Exxon Valdez ran aground in Prince William Sound. What this resolution does, and I'll just leave my talking points aside, is it reconfirms California's position in opposition to any new oil drilling off of our coast. It's particularly important now that our Secretary of the Interior is in the midst of developing plans to identify leases off the coast of California, Texas, and the eastern seaboard. I would respectfully ask for an aye vote.
Okay, that was succinct. Okay. Do you have anyone testifying in support?
I do.
Michael Endicott with Sierra Club, California. Our membership is in very strong support of this resolution, and I guess I'll leave it at that unless there are any questions.
Yep. Excuse me.
Bless you.
I think I'm recovering from last week's votes. Anyone else in the audience testifying in support? In support of the resolution? Anyone testifying in opposition to the resolution? Is there a motion to that effect? I'm very supportive of this resolution. I think it's certainly consistent with the viewpoint of the vast majority of Californians. But would appreciate a motion so we can move this resolution through. Okay, very good. It's a resolution, and that would be due pass
Senators Pavley?
Aye.
Pavley, aye. Cogdill? Benoit? No. Benoit, no. Hollingsworth? Huff? Huff, no. Kehoe? Aye. Kehoe, aye. Leno? Padilla? Aye. Padilla, aye. Semidian? Wiggins? Aye. Wiggins, aye. Walk?
4 votes. We could have done that a few weeks ago.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair and Senators.
Okay. On a few items, I think it's just file item 1 plus the consent calendar, correct? We haven't had motion to effect. We had heard file item number 1, Assembly Bill 49 by Fuhr on water conservation. So moved. It's been moved. Roll call.
Stu passed to appropriations. Senators Pavley?
Aye.
Pavley, aye. Cogdill? Benoit? No. Benoit, no. Hollingsworth? Huff? Huff, no. Kehoe? Aye. Kehoe, aye.
File item 1.
Leno? Padilla? Aye. Padilla, aye. Semidian? Wiggins? Aye. Wiggins, aye. Wolk?
Has 4 votes?
Yes.
Has 4 votes. We're leaving that on call. We're missing members. There's 2 items on the consent calendar, file item 2 and file item 17. So moved. Roll call.
Senators Pavley?
Aye.
Pavley, aye. Cogdill? Benoit? Aye. Benoit, aye. Hollingsworth? Huff? Huff, aye. Kehoe? Kehoe, aye. Leno? Padilla? Padilla, aye. Semidian? Wiggins? Wiggins, aye. Wolk?
Okay, it has 6, enough to get it out of committee, but we're leaving it open. We'll go right down the list if people have not added on yet, and then we're waiting for Senators Woke and Semidian, correct? And I'm still voting, and Leno. We had 6 votes, and that gets it out of committee, but file item 3, Assembly Bill Samun Caballero has made this a 2-year bill. File item 3.
File item 3, the current vote is 4 ayes, 1 no. Senators
File item 4, Huffman, commercial fishing, relating some conversation about sea urchins in all this. Assembly Bill 489, the current vote is 4-1.
Senators Huff? No. Huff, no. Padilla? Aye. Padilla, aye. Semidian? Wolk? So it has 5-2 now.
It's 5-2. That was item number 4. It's now 5-2. Item number 5, Saldana Lobster Management. The vote is 3 ayes, 1 non-voting. Roll call.
Senators Cogdill? Benoit? No. Benoit, no. Hollingsworth? Leno? Padilla? Aye. Padilla, aye. Semidian? Wolk? Okay. Now Wolk and Leno.
Leno, aye.
We should do it. Leno, aye. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wolk, aye. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, that has 6-1. That is out.
File item 5 is now
waiting for Semidian?
Is the vote is now 6
to 1
aye to 1 no and 1 non-voting, correct?
Right, and we're waiting. We don't have Semidians here, so we should just wait a second and open them all.
File item 5, Saldana Lobster Management. I know, I'm just adding him on.
Semidian,
it's a lovely
aye.
bill. Yes, 7 ayes, 1 non-voting, 1 no. That one is out. Roll is closed on that. File item 6.
Yes.
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 File item 6 by Assemblymember Ng, Assembly Bill 626. Chair voted aye. Vote is 4-1. Roll call.
Senators Benoit? No. Benoit, no. Leno? Aye. Leno, aye. Semidian? Aye. Semidian, aye. Wolk? Aye. Wolk, aye. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 to 2.
The vote is 7-2. That bill is out. File item number 7, Saldana Tidelands and Submerged Lands. The vote is 3-0.
Senators Benoit? No. Benoit, no. Huff? Huff, no. Leno? Leno, aye. Padilla? Padilla, aye. Semidian? Wolk? Wolk, aye. Semidian, aye.
Senator Keogh was very enthusiastically supportive of that measure, just so you. 7-2 with San Diego bill. Okay, file item 8, AB 900 by Assemblymember De Leon, water diversion and use reporting. The vote is 6-0.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, just the ones in the analysis. No, it's not statewide. It's the delta on the diversions.
Senator Leno?
Yes.
Leno, aye. Semidian? Semidian, aye. Wolk?
Did you say aye? Not voting. Okay.
8-0.
No. File item number 9, Assembly Bill 979 by 8-0. And 1 not voting. 9 by Berry Hill, hunting or fishing, local regulation. There seemed to be a California Supreme Court case relating to this. So the chair ended up voting yes. It was 5-0.
Senators Kehoe? I don't have you on this one. Kehoe, aye. Leno? Yes, there were in the analysis.
In the analysis, nothing other than that. You want to stay off? Okay.
Semidian?
9. Would you like to stay off? We already
Sorry.
have.
Wolk? Wolk, aye. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It has 7, so it has
7 ayes, 2 not voting. File item 7 ayes, 2 non-voting. File item 10 by Caballero, the Bay Delta Sport Fishing Enhancement Stamp.
Current is 4-0.
It's currently 4-0. Chair voted aye.
Senators Benoit?
Aye.
Benoit, aye. Leno? Yes, in the analysis. Leno, aye. Semidian? Semidian, aye. Wiggins? Wiggins, aye. Wolk? Wolk, aye.
8,
9, that has 9-0. 9-0.
It's 9-0. That bill is out. File item number 11 by Assemblymember Mendoza, Forest Practices, THPs. The vote is 5-1.
Senators Leno? That's as amended as well. I'm sorry.
That was a whole long list of amendments in there, but that's a no vote, okay? In the analysis, but still had opposition.
And aye.
I voted aye. The staff had worked on it the best.
Leno, no. Semidian? Wolk? Yes. Wolk, aye. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That has 6. Yeah.
It's 6 votes, 6 ayes, 2 noes, and 2 not voting. Excuse me, Wiggins. Is it 6?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6-2.
6-2 to 2,
And
isn't it?
Cogdell's not here. Hollingsworth, his vote is not added yet, and Semidian
Okay.
is not voting.
Do we have any, 1 not voting then?
One
Six
not voting,
6
2 noes.
ayes, 2 noes, and 1 not voting. That's okay. Number 12, Assembly Bill 1115, Natural Resources Outdoor Recreation. The vote is 4-1. As amended, 2 approves. Chair voted aye.
Senators Benoit? Leno? Leno, aye. Semidian? Semidian, aye. Wolk? Wolk, aye. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 to 1, and 1 not voting.
It's 7 ayes, 1 not voting,
And 1 no.
and 1 no. 711. It is out. Number 13, Ruskin State Water Policy. The vote is 3-1. Chair voted aye, I believe, and Senator Keogh chaired that discussion.
Senators Benoit?
No.
Benoit, no. Leno? Leno, aye. Padilla? Padilla, aye. Semidian? Semidian, aye. Wolk? Wolk, aye.
7-2. Item 14, Assembly Bill 1253 by Fuller, the Sacramento San Joaquin Delta. It had to do with science panels.
5-0.
Votes 5-0.
As amended.
As amended.
Senators Benoit?
Aye.
Benoit, aye. Leno? Leno, aye. Semidian? Semidian, aye. Wolk? Wolk, aye. I'm sorry.
Wolk off.
Wolk off. Okay. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8-0.
8-1 not voting. File item 15 was pulled. File item 16, 14, 23 by Berryhill, the Shared Habitat Alliance.
As amended.
As amended, it's 5-0.
Senators Benoit?
Aye.
Benoit, aye. Leno? In the analysis, yeah.
Some opposition.
Semidian? Semidian, aye. Wolk? Wolk, aye. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 to 1 not voting.
Yeah. 8 ayes, 1 not voting. Item 17, as well as file item 2, were the consent calendar.
Its current vote is 6-0. I'll just call.
The vote is currently 6-0. Anyone else wishing to add on? Who are the missing members?
Senators Leno? Semidian? Semidian, aye. Leno, aye. Wolk? Wolk, aye. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9-0 on the consent calendar.
9-0 on the consent calendar. File item 18, the Nava offshore oil drilling reso.
Current bill is 4-2.
It's 4-2. This is file item 18.
Not here.
Senators Leno? Leno, aye. Semidian?
Aye.
Semidian, aye. Wolk?
The oil reso.
Wolk, aye. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7-2.
7-2.
But wait, we still have to get.
I know, we're going back.
Sorry.
We have just repeating the first few for people that
Thank you, Madam
just
Chair.
came in
Appreciate
late.
that courtesy.
File item 1 was Fuhr's bill on water conservation. Everyone agrees it's a work in progress. It's 4-2.
Senators Leno? Leno, aye. Semidian?
Aye.
Semidian, aye. Wolk?
He agreed to work on those issues. I read them all, and they said they would be working with Dennis O'Connor on those issues. Doesn't
Wolk,
mean
aye.
Doesn't mean he accepts them. Yeah.
7-2, that goes out.
7-2, that one's out. File item 3, Caballero.
Which is this?
Pulled.
File item 3 was made a 2-year bill, everyone. You don't have to vote. File item 4 is 5-2 on commercial fishing.
Senator Semidian?
This is file item 4.
4.
Yeah.
Semidian, aye. Thank you.
Semidian, aye. And Wolk?
Aye.
Wolk, aye.
7-2.
And that's out, and that's it.
And we're done?
Yes.
Yeah.
Did you close the file on item 8?
Yeah.
Never mind. So it's just the final.
You're not voting on that one, yeah.
No, I'm not.
All right.
Thank you.
Hearing is adjourned.